Observatory in Washington, D.C., I've gotten to attend some seminars and things at the U.S. Naval Observatory, and they do outreach. The Richmond or the Charlottesville Astronomical Astronomy Club does outreach at the Leander McCormick Observatory in Charlottesville, which is also a Clark refractor.
Mm.
Dena,
It's
does
actually
your
the
club
twin.
ever-
I'm sorry, it's the twin. It's the twin to the one in the U.S. Naval Observatory in Washington, D.C. Actually, the one in Charlottesville is.
Oh my goodness.
Dena, does your club ever go up into the mountains to observe?
No, not as a club. We really don't have any sites in the mountains, although one of the things that we're working on is we have a kind of an unofficial alliance with the Douglas County Open Space. And we've had one telescope donated. We're working on getting a couple of others. And we're helping them. They want to build an observatory on one of their properties that has really good dark skies. And while it wouldn't truly be up in the mountains, it would be very shielded from the light pollution of both Denver and Colorado Springs. And there's a lot of wildlife there, and it's going to be a beautiful location. So, but not terribly far away from Denver, maybe 45 minutes. So
that's a very good site. Sounds like a good site. I'd like to see it sometime.
I hope you can. Yes, it's beautiful.
I have to tell you that the Denver group means an awful lot to me. I've been involved with them on and off since 1963. And I'm really such a privilege to be involved with the Denver Astronomical Society. It's really a good group of people.
Well, thanks to Jack Eastman, we got reconnected with you. Connected
Yes.
for me for the first time.
Yeah, how is Jack doing? Do you know, Dena?
Well, I spoke with him this morning and he sounds pretty good. I mean, he's in good spirits, but he's having a hard time putting a sentence together.
Yeah.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah,
Did Jack have a stroke or something, or?
He had a stroke last Thursday.
Oh, I did not know. Wow.
But it's not affecting one side or the other of his body. It's mostly affecting his communication center. So, but fortunately, his next door neighbor and one of his main contacts in the world is a registered nurse, and that's who got him to the hospital and who's been keeping watch on him ever since. So,
Yeah.
he's in good hands.
How old is Jack now?
80.
80. Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness, he's 80 going on 15. He's the one that got me reconnected with the Denver group about almost a year ago now. And I've just loved being a part of it. It's been really such a pleasure. I could go on and on, but I better not.
If you have a chance to talk to Jack, Dena, send him my regards and well wishes.
I sure will. Thank you. Yeah, he's, as soon as they can find a bed for him in a rehab place, they'll be moving him to rehab. So I plan to be in touch with him when that happens, and things will be a little chaotic until they get him moved, and then he'll be there for at least a couple of weeks. So
yes.
So are we expecting a flood of people to join right before the countdown clock ends?
You won't
People
see
join-
the people.
Yeah. They join. There's people watching in chat right now, and they are chatting with us. Dena, if you want to watch our channel on YouTube or on Facebook, you need to watch it on a separate computer with all the audio turned off, your microphone and speakers, because you can get this kind of runaway audio problem, echoes and stuff like that. But yeah, you can watch the chats, come in and chat with them live if you'd like.
I don't have another computer, so I'll just have to enjoy it from
You'll
here.
catch it all.
Okay. Well, I will, if they have questions for you, I will definitely let you know.
Okay, good. Thank you.
And you will also watch the internal chat here in Zoom, because I often post comments and stuff like that.
Okay, good. I've got that open, so
Yeah, that'll work.
wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah, and for those of you in the audience who don't know who Jack Eastman is, he is an amazing astronomer and optics designer, maker. He's done all manner of optical design, I think, for the military. And he has, he would often show up with a beautiful Alvin Clark refractor. You could often see him at the Okie-Tex Star Party, for example, but I'm sure he showed up at Colorado Star Parties a lot, which is where he's from. He is unmistakable in his looks. He is he has very distinctive, but one of the friendliest guys around.
Yeah, I second that. Jack is a wonderful person.
Yeah. It's a group called Astronomy Romania. I'm going to invite them to watch.
Who's stomping ground were you saying, sweetie? Who's? Yeah, Chopin's stomping ground, yes.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, if Wendy is correct, and I believe she is. Wendy is always correct. Even if she's not, she is.
I'll remember that. I'll remember that. Oh, my goodness. Next Tuesday is Sir Arthur Eddington's birthday. He's the guy that led the expedition to prove once and for all that Einstein's theory of relativity was correct by looking at stars displaced around the eclipse of the sun. So
I knew the lady, Dr. Vibert Douglas, who wrote his biography, and we were actually very good friends. Founder of the Kingston Center of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, very active in the Montreal Center, and a first-rate astronomer. And she wrote the biography of Arthur Stanley Eddington. Highly recommend. Now, as we get ready to begin, you see more and more people joining on this channel. We have a lot of people on the other channels though, that I cannot see, but we're going to be starting in about 4 minutes.
Yes.
And after I do my little thing, then I will hand it back to Scotty, who will then introduce you, Dena.
And David, if you could help me introduce Dena a little bit more, and Dena, of course, help us out. I know that you're the president of the Denver Astronomical Society, so. But
Great, sure.
Okay, I'd be happy to.
I love this quote from Mariah Mitchell.
Yeah,
And later on in our program tonight, John Briggs will be giving a presentation about her. That's just what a phenomenal person Mariah Mitchell was.
speaking of comets, she discovered a comet, in fact.
She did. Yes, she did. Miss Mitchell's comet.
Yeah. Hmm. I think we're very proud of Mr. Leonard, whose comet is now quite bright at about 3rd magnitude, and sporting a nice faint tail going off to the northeast, and a beautiful fan-shaped coma right now. I got to see it last night. Just gorgeous little comet.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
"2021 was another year gravely impacted by COVID, but at the European Space Agency, work has continued, and ESA can look back on a year in which the agency once more showed its excellence and outstanding ambition. In science, ESA's year ends on a high note with the long-anticipated launch of the James Webb Space Telescope in partnership with NASA and CSA. This cutting-edge space telescope will be launched on top of an Ariane 5 from Europe's spaceport. Webb is designed to answer questions about our universe and to make breakthrough discoveries in all fields of astronomy. 2021 also saw the double Venus flyby of Solar Orbiter and Bepi Colombo, whereby both spacecraft en route to their destinations did a flyby of our hottest planet, only 33 hours apart, a first. But on the ground, new missions are being prepared as well. This summer, ESA's new space probe, JUICE, which stands for Jupiter Icy Moons Explorer, successfully completed rigorous thermal tests at ESA's ESTEC facility. The mission will launch to Jupiter in 2023, and it will study the planet and its icy moons, Europa, Callisto, and Ganymede. For ESA's exciting ExoMars mission, high-altitude drop tests were successfully executed in Kiruna, Sweden, and later in Oregon in the US, testing the parachutes needed to ensure a gentle touchdown for ExoMars on the surface of the red planet. For human spaceflight, ESA astronauts Thomas Pesquet and Matthias Maurer both made the journey to the International Space Station, ISS, in 2021. Thomas departed in April for his second long-duration mission named Alpha, and he was the first ESA astronaut to fly in the SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule. During his stay, another marvel of European technology came to the International Space Station, the European Robotic Arm, ERA. This robotic arm can move hand over hand on the outside of the Russian laboratory module Nauka and can be used for inspections, bringing scientific instruments outside of the airlock and aid astronauts during spacewalks. On board the ISS, Thomas was involved in the setup of ERA, and in October, he became the 4th European commander of the space station. He returned to Earth in November, a few days before German astronaut Matthias Maurer launched to the ISS for his 6-month mission named Cosmic Kiss. Ever looking forward to the future, ESA opened applications for a new class of astronauts on the 31st of March, and by the time the vacancies closed in June, over 22,000 aspiring astronauts had applied. It was also the first time ESA had a vacancy for an astronaut with a physical disability, to which over 200 people replied. Now the candidates will go through several screening stages, and in 2022, a new class of astronauts will be revealed to the world. The ambition of ESA is to bring the first European to the surface of the Moon before the end of the decade. To achieve this, ESA continues to work closely with NASA in the development of the Artemis program. In 2021, a second European service module, ESM-2, arrived at Kennedy Space Center in Florida, while the ESM-1 was integrated with the Orion capsule and stacked in preparation for next year's maiden flight. It is also ESA's responsibility to keep securing independent access to space for Europe, with 2 new upcoming launches. In November, the last Vega was launched from Europe's spaceport, to be replaced from 2022 onwards by the new and improved Vega C launcher. The development of the new Ariane 6 launcher is also well underway, with more tests across several sites in Europe and in Kourou. In September, the Ariane 6 launch pad was inaugurated, bringing the maiden flight of this flexible heavyweight launcher ever closer. 2021 was another important year for Galileo, the most accurate and only publicly owned satellite navigation system in the world. In November, a Soyuz launched from Europe's spaceport, carrying 2 more Galileo satellites into orbit. These satellites were the first of 12 more first-generation Galileo satellites, known as Batch 3, and they fill in empty spots in the constellation and offer replacements for satellites which are end of life. Meanwhile, ESA continues to work on a second generation of more powerful and versatile software-defined Galileo satellites. The way towards this innovative software-defined satellite design was paved by Eutelsat Quantum, which was launched in July on board an Ariane 5. Quantum is the first of these software-defined satellites which can be reprogrammed in orbit, responding to changing market demands during their lifetimes. In all these missions, ESA is at the forefront of space technology. It has the ambition to remain there and to excel even more. This aspiration is shared by ESA's new Director General, Josef Aschbacher, who took the helm on the 1st of March. He set out to define new and ambitious priorities and goals for ESA in the coming years with Agenda 2025, outlining the challenges in maintaining and growing Europe's role in the space economy. To achieve this, close collaboration with the EU is essential. And in June, ESA and the EU signed the Financial Framework Partnership Agreement, defining the roles and responsibilities of all partners, the European Commission, the new EU Space Programme Agency, EUSPA, and ESA, which has a proven track record of excellence and responsibility. During the ministerial meeting of ESA member states in November, it was agreed that for Europe to thrive, they must act now and accelerate the use of space, and 3 accelerators to bring Europe's space ambitions to the next level were defined. These 3 accelerators are Space for a Green Future, Rapid and Resilient Crisis Response, and Protection of Space Assets. The Space for a Green Future accelerator is closely linked to Earth observation and climate change, one of ESA's focal points. The measurements provided by the Sentinel satellites of Europe's Copernicus program, or by the ESA Earth Explorers, continue to give scientists and policymakers the information they need to assess climate change and the health of our planet. The importance of climate change on the future of humanity was also stressed at the climate conference in Glasgow in November, where ESA was also present, showcasing its space-based climate action. ESA can end another year of keeping Europe at the forefront of space technology, using it to improve the lives of people on the ground, to innovate, and to learn about the universe and our own planet.
Well, hello, everybody. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific and the Explore Alliance, and it's the 77th Global Star Party. I'm so excited. We have a great lineup for you this evening. And as is tradition, we always get started with David Levy. I was thinking about David as someone that, not only as a friend, but as someone that is truly like a living individual, not unlike Charles Messier. Charles Messier has a long list of deep sky objects that is to his credit, but he found all those objects, of course. Amateur astronomers know this because he was looking for comets. And I know that David has also developed a list of objects called the Levy list, which are some of the most amazing deep sky objects that extends what Charles Mercier's own list was. But it's so cool to be living in the same space at the same time with such an amazing individual who not only loves looking for comets, but loves talking about it through poetry, through his own thoughts, through his lectures, through his books, and through all of his initiatives that he's championed over all these years. His latest one is, and we'll talk more about this later, is getting more youth involved in the Astronomical League. So I'm going to turn this over to you, David. Thank you so much for coming on yet again to the Global Star Party.
Well, thank you so much, Scott. And hello, everyone. Good evening. And welcome to the 77th Global Star Party. We have a lot of familiar people here tonight and some new faces that I hope will be joining us regularly after this, or maybe never come back again after they hear what I'm about to say. We'll have to just see what happens with that.
That's right.
There are two particular people that I'd like to welcome tonight. The first is Martha Farkas from the Ottawa Centre of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada. And she is a regular at our Adirondack Astronomy Retreat. And thanks, Wendy. And she has been really a big help there, bringing telescopes, her son Matthew, and just really enjoying things very much. And since Martha is here tonight, I am going to offer us a poem in honor of Comet Leonard. I don't know how many of us have seen Comet Leonard, but I did get to see it last night. With the moon out of the early evening sky, the comet appears to be just beautiful. One person estimated its magnitude as 2.5, but what I saw last night was more like a third magnitude comet with a faint tail going off to the north and east, and a beautiful, lovely fan-shaped inner coma. And Hanno Svajda from probably around the late 19th century wrote a poem that we can now dedicate to Comet Leonard. Across the night, a crimson comet lies. It ranges from the zenith to the ground. Well, maybe Comet Leonard, not quite from the zenith to the ground, but it's trying. They say its path is straight throughout the skies and never marks through space a circling round. On where lights glittering legions flame and burn, it runs an endless race through gulfs unknown. It cannot or it will not backward turn, and so it is ever hopeless and alone. Its steadfast worship to the moon is sent, that fickle, ever-circling satellite, majestic mourner of the firmament. Flaring grief, I praise you in the highest. Vast sorrow, symbol of my soul's despair, a radiant brush that paints my destiny, the utter loneliness as such as we. The other person that I'd like to introduce tonight is Dena McLung, who is from the Denver Astronomical Society. I need to admit that I used to be that I used to be a member of the Denver Junior Astronomical Society. They had a really strong junior section back then, 100 years ago, when I was only 15. It was actually in 1963. We had not landed on the moon yet, although we were starting, and we were really ramping up to that moon landing that would take place only 6 years later. Anyway, I've become very active once again in the Denver Astronomical Society, and I proposed to Dena that we restart the junior section. And for some reason, she agreed with that, and we have started that. That has now spread to the Astronomical League as what we hope to call the Junior Astronomical League. It'll be a subset in the Astronomical League. We'll meet online every second Sunday. And a little bit later tonight, Dena will be saying something about this herself. Dena, I'm so glad you're here. And now back to you, Scotty. And thank you.
Okay. So we have Dena on with us right now, and Dena, I am, I've been with you on a couple of the Junior Astronomical League meetings that we've held on Sundays, and I'm still learning about you, but I know that you are the president of the Denver Astronomical Society. I think that you've probably been involved in astronomy for quite a while. And so what brought you to Denver and the Astronomical Society? And what can you tell us about your organization? And then what can you tell us about the Junior Astronomical League?
Yeah, my cat just decided to chime in. I'll tell you a little bit about me first. So when I was a kid, I grew up in a small town in Oregon, and my dad would take me outside at night, and we could see the constellations in the Milky Way and satellites pass over. And I really enjoyed seeing the night sky, and I still have an atlas from that time that I remember looking over, and I just ate up everything I could when I was in school. But I fell in love with aviation later on in my life. At some point after high school, I got my private pilot's license, and I wound up becoming an air traffic controller. I retired from that in 2008 after my last 13 years in the tower at Denver International. And at that point in time, though, I'd been to Chamberlain Observatory a few times. So I went and joined the DAS and progressively became a little bit more involved, a little bit more. And now here I am as the president. I'm one of those people that I have pretty good communication skills and organizational skills, although I've never been to college, but I love learning. And I kept seeing ways that I felt the organization could better serve our growing membership. And back in 2008 to 2010, I think we might have had around 250 members or so before they culled the people who didn't renew at the end of every year. And now we just broke the 700 member mark.
Wow.
But yes, big wow for me. One of the things that I've struggled with is finding ways to serve our members. So I've been working on volunteer recruitment. And I know that people, in their 20s, 30s, and 40s are trying to, make a living, raise families, that sort of thing. So it struck me that the way to really serve the club and get families to come back is to engage the kids. And boy, the kids in the club, they have a lot going on. There are some kids who are really bright and have already done so much work on their own. And so when David came to one of our meetings via Zoom last spring, I was so excited. Some of the kids were just so eager to make his acquaintance and learn what he had done. And I was just like they were, you know. I was so thrilled to have this opportunity. And we batted the idea around a little bit, and I had a few delays. We had a website that was on the verge of completely crashing, and I had to round up some help getting a new one created. But we finally launched the junior version of the club a couple of months ago. And I'll tell you, these kids are so lucky to have David as their mentor. And the idea of having it spread to other clubs and other countries is really exciting. I think that the more these kids can interact with each other and develop projects with one another and make this work at their level before they go off to college, you know, the ties that they create now are going to live with them for life. And it's going to bring them back to their home clubs and invigorate those clubs. One of the meetings, we did have one in-person meeting outdoors in September. Dean Regis from the Cincinnati Observatory was in Denver. And my lifelong friend, who I've known since I was 4, was visiting me. So these childhood experiences are, I think, very important in forming who we are as adults and where we go in our lives. So I'm very grateful for David and his participation in this effort.
Well, yes, I think it's you know, special on, you know, on many points, you know, also having such as yourself, you know, leading all of this is incredibly important. I know that a lot of our audience is also very concerned with having youth more involved in astronomy. I think that this pandemic has gotten people of all ages more interested in astronomy in general. And what a great thing to do as a family, you know, to get out in your backyard, to stargaze with your kids, and to wonder, you know, what's out there. And, you know, it has its own way of, you know, giving you some peace of mind. And, you know, sitting there contemplating the vastness of the universe and what it all means and where we're all going to, and all of these things that you can contemplate in the field of astronomy is right there for you every clear night. Actually, even under cloudy skies, it's still there, right?
Yes, yes.
Right. So we had a conversation earlier today, just talking about, you know, I mean, some people wish that they could travel to space, you know, and to travel at, you know, unbelievable speeds, but we're already moving on this Earth, you know, that's got its own force field and has all of its own, it's got breathable air and it's got all this stuff, you know, and we're already moving over 1 million miles per hour to a new part of space that we've never been to before. And so we're already on the grand adventure. You just have to wake up to it, you know, and whether you have a telescope or not, looking skyward will show you some amazing things. You just never know. You may see the most amazing fireball that will be a memory that lasts you the rest of your life. So
may I interrupt for a second? One of the things, there were 2 things. One of the things was that, you know, we're trying to get this junior astronomical league going, and there's obviously some growing pains. And one of the things that Dena wrote to me, that I think was very, very wise, was that she said, I see that we have a few little issues getting things together. But what worries me even more is if we do not do anything, because if we don't inspire future generations, we're not going to have an astronomical league. We're not going to have a Denver Astronomical Society. We're not going to have a Royal Astronomical Society of Canada. And speaking of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, I was wondering if Martha Farkas, who is present here tonight, could say hi to us for a minute or so. You must want to unmute yourself, folks.
Hi, thank you, David. I think you and I are the only members here.
Possibly.
Mhm.
Well, I hope, Martha, that you will be also active. I've never written to you about this yet, but there's nothing like in secret asking you in front of 100,000 people. But I hope that you will also become active in this junior effort that we're doing. And I use the word junior as a mark of eloquence, as a mark of privilege, as a mark of success, and as a mark of the future. One of the things that I remember in 1963, when I was with the Denver Junior Group, was that I got to hear Clyde Tombaugh at the Denver Hilton talking about what he had been doing for the last 30 years. And he said he's been looking at Mars for the last 30 years. And I looked at the person I was with and I said, now I know what Clyde has been doing since he discovered Pluto 30 years ago. And now it's been almost a century. And what Clyde has contributed and over his lifetime has been wonderful. Anyway, it's been an honor to meet these people. And I think it's been the privilege of my life to enjoy the night sky. And back to you, Scotty.
Okay. All right. Great. Okay. So let's bring on Chuck Allen and with the Astronomical League. I am, we're privileged to have the Astronomical League on, every global star party. It's when I think about it, here's an organization, they just celebrated their 75th, year, and they have continuously, pushed the envelope to develop skills amongst amateur astronomers, to inspire average people to go on and to understand, to become scientifically more literate. And they do it through their observing programs, through their awards programs that they have, through their steadfast development of astronomy clubs. They're the largest federation in the world of astronomy clubs, with over 300 clubs, over 20,000 members now. And it is nothing short of astounding. You have like this continuous line of inspiration and heritage that is the Astronomical League. Chuck Allen's been with the league for quite a while, and it's been a privilege to meet him, know him, and it's been a privilege to have him on Global Star Party. Thanks, Chuck.
Thank you very much, Scott, and good evening, everyone. Since we're talking about young people, I'd like to share screen and show you a picture of the first Astronomical League convention that I attended. It's a little scary in a way. This is it. And one thing that you might notice in this picture is that 30% of the people in this picture that was taken at the Hotel Schroeder in Milwaukee in 1965 is that over 30% of the people in this picture are high school students. I'm here, right here, with Richard Gott of Princeton, right here. I went up there with several friends, and it was an exciting place to be just for all the young people that were there. And that's something that we started not seeing very soon after the 1960s, and we're trying to get back to that point. All of our youth awards are starting to bring young people to our convention again, and that's helping. And so this Junior Astronomical League idea is certainly one that we're very interested in pursuing, and we will do so very soon. So let me move on to share screen again, if I can. There we go.
I had a comment, Chuck, about that
Yes.
photograph. It looked like there are quite a few women there and students.
Yes.
Yes.
That's good to see.
Let me go back. There, you can take a look at it again. Tremendous number of women there. And it was, I can't tell you how stimulating the environment was when you're there as a high school student and you're around the professional speakers, you're around older amateur astronomers of note, and then you're around a lot of other really accomplished young amateur astronomers, people who are winning Westinghouse science talent searches and international science fairs and that sort of thing. Just an incredibly stimulating environment and a very memorable experience. Okay, so let's get on to the door prize questions. And I will start with the warning that we always like to give, regardless of the fact that we're not talking about solar observing necessarily, but your vision is very important to you. And when you engage in astronomy with the public or even for just yourself, there's always the risk of not doing something quite right when you're observing the sun, and that can have devastating effects before you ever realize there's a problem. In fact, you can permanently damage the retina of your eye almost 500 times faster than your body can react to the fact that you're seeing something that's too bright. So never observe the sun without professionally made solar filters that include energy rejection filters at the front end of the telescope. Never leave a telescope or binoculars unattended where children can get to them and try to aim them at the sun. I've seen this actually almost happen. Never use non-certified eclipse glasses, and certainly never use eclipse glasses with any other optical instrument. They're intended to look straight up into the sky at the sun with the eclipse glasses on, not for use with binoculars or a telescope. They will melt if you try that, with obvious effect on your eyesight. So consult with amateur astronomers in your local astronomy societies. Almost every club in America engages in safe solar observing with professional equipment, and they can show you the ropes and prevent a lot of heartache. So let's go over the answers from December 14th. Question 1 was, what constellation contains the stars Castor and Pollux? That, of course, is Gemini. Question 2, which astronaut is famous for having written his daughter's initials on the moon's surface? And the answer was Eugene Cernan. And question 3, which star is Alpha Ursae Minoris? It's known as Polaris. Okay, and the correct answers from December 14th, we had 8, Cameron Gillis, Israel Monterosso, Marvin Huddleston, Andrew Corkill, Rich Kraling, Josh Kovach, Mike Napper, and Rich Eubank. And they will be added to the door prize list at the end of the month. Okay, these are the questions for tonight. Please note at the bottom that your answer should be emailed to secretary@astroleague.org as quickly as possible. Secretary@astroleague.org, that email address will appear under each question. These are a little harder tonight. This one is, a star with the following designation is famous for being what? The designation is the Greek symbol sigma, followed by OCT. This star has a more popular name. Question number 2, Fred Hoyle was famous for naming something that he opposed. What was it? He's also famous for other things too, but this is something that he's particularly famous for. And finally, the largest storm ever observed in the solar system occurred or is occurring where? Is it on the Earth, on Jupiter, on Saturn, or on Neptune? I used a picture of a hurricane here, but that's not necessarily the storm that I'm referring to here. Okay. The next Astronomical League live event will be on January 21st at 7 p.m. and more information about our main speaker for that event will be forthcoming. And Scott, that's it for tonight. And thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it.
We can't hear you, Scott.
Here we go. Sorry about that. I do want to add that, if you have not yet joined the Astronomical League, you can do so probably through your own local astronomy club, as many astronomy clubs in the United States are already league clubs. You join that club and you're automatically a league member. But in the Denver Astronomical Society is one of them, for example. But you can also join from anywhere in the world as a member at large. So you can go to astroleague.org and sign up as a member at large, which you'll find many benefits to being a member of the Astronomical League. Up next is Sybella Burlingame. Sybella has been on Global Star Party several times. She is a great speaker and usually has some media that she shares as well. And I'm going to let her talk about her presentation about the old Grand Observatory in Greenwich, England.
Yeah, so I actually found out about this. My dad and I, we have this Christmas village. We set it up every year around Christmas time, obviously. It takes up the whole living room. And we only had one little thing about space. It was just a father and son looking through a telescope. And we thought, well, there might be like an observatory that we could possibly fit in, or that would fit in. And we found the observatory that I'm going to talk to you about today. Let's see, let me share my screen. Okay. Let me minimize that. No. It's going, okay, there. Okay, can you guys see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. So it's in Greenwich, England, and the Royal Observatory in London, England was founded in 1676 by King Charles II and played a major role in the history of astronomy and navigation. Because astronomy and time are so closely linked, the Royal Observatory was also used to develop accurate clocks. The observatory is noted as the home of the prime meridian in Greenwich Mean Time, which was the term used before today's Coordinated Universal Time, UTC. Although no longer needed for navigation, this red ball is dropped every day for tourists to enjoy. This red ball is still dropped every day for tourists to enjoy. Why it was built. In 1675, King Charles II of England commissioned the observatory to be built in London to help map the skies so ships at sea could find out their longitude and navigate better. The ruined Greenwich Castle was chosen as the site for the new observatory because of its solid foundation, as well as being located on high ground in a royal park. The land was already owned by the government, so it was free. A very useful invention. During the next 40 years, the royal astronomer who was appointed by the king made over 50,000 observations of the moon and stars with a refractor telescope in the window of a nearby building. The astronomer and his assistants plotted all of the visible stars in the northern and southern hemispheres. 1833, a red ball time was installed to drop every day at 1 p.m. as a signal of the time for boats on the Thames River T. This allows sea captains about to set sail to check the rate of their marine chronometers. This 5-foot diameter ball was made of wood and leather. 1838. Its first permanently mounted telescope was installed. It was a sheep's shanks how do you say that? Equatorial, a 6.7 inch
Equatorial?
Yeah, thank you. 6.7-inch aperture refracting telescope whose tube was made of wood. The future of it. 1948. Due to increasing light pollution from London, the Royal Observatory was moved to a village of Hurstmonceux and was given a new name, the Royal Greenwich Observatory. The old Greenwich building was renamed the Royal Observatory and became a museum. 2018. The Annie Maunder astrographic telescope system was installed at the site, and the site went back to being a working observatory again. This system consists of 4 telescopes and is named after Annie Maunder, one of the first women scientists to work at the Royal Observatory, Greenwich. More fun facts. 1934 to 36. 1934, 36-inch reflecting telescope called the Yap telescope was installed. It was overall a Cassegrain reflecting design and an equatorial mounting and had a 6-inch guide telescope. It was the largest telescope in use at the observatory in Greenwich until the late 1950s. I think that's it. Yep.
Sybella, that was really something. I visited the Greenwich Observatory, and I actually stood on the little line of paint that separates the Eastern Hemisphere from the Western Hemisphere. Imagine getting into an argument with a friend and saying, you stay on your hemisphere, I'll stay on my hemisphere. The interesting thing about Hurstmonceux is that after the observatory left the castle at Hurstmonceux, it was donated to Queen's University in Canada, where it runs as a conference and an educational center in England. And Queen's University is the place that I got my master's degree from.
Wow.
I just wanted to say that I have a little bit of a personal connection with that wonderful observatory. Thanks for bringing us back to this wonderful period of British history.
Yeah, you were welcome.
But, you know, I had a chance to go there too. And one of the more interesting things for me is that, you know, you're right there. They were focused on mostly on the computation of time and accurate timekeeping for navigation. And that's the interesting thing about several of the telescopes they have there. And we're used to seeing telescopes, you know, point anywhere in the sky and look, but they have several telescopes that their only function was to point straight up at the meridian and just watch stars pass the meridian and demarcate the time. So they don't, a lot of the telescopes there can't even look over the sky. They can only look straight up. Thought it was a pretty interesting fact.
Wonderful. Okay, so Sybella, you had also a little video. Can I share that video with the audience?
Yeah, sure.
Is that okay? All right. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about it. Let's see. Here we go. Here we are.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's a little bit off topic, but as you saw, there was a scene with the observatory, and it's kind of a little escape to Christmas time, which is only 4 days away. You can imagine maybe like a small to medium-sized living room. The Christmas village, it takes up the whole floor, except for like maybe the switch walking space to go across in front of the couch. But we set it up every winter, and it started out with that little train, the Polar Express train that you saw, the round tracks. The observatory is our latest addition. We just got it a couple months ago.
You know, it just seems, just watching it, it seems so magical, you know, and it's something you could just look at and think about for a whole evening easily. So this is the second time for me to watch that video.
I realized that I had tears in my eyes and absolutely not enough money to spend this holiday season after watching that video. It was well put together, and I was waiting for anything at all related to astronomy, and you delivered, because then the observatory with the stars and the moon showed up, and it brought the entire thing together. So thank you for reinventing Christmas, Sybella.
Yeah, in fact, we actually started it in 2017 with the Polar Express train, and my uncle gave us some little buildings, and then we added on to it a little bit every year. And I used to be able to sit inside of the tracks when the roller coaster wasn't there, but we put it there, and now I can't sit inside of it anymore, but it's okay because it looks so magical and so beautiful.
Right. Yeah, that's wonderful. Sybella, thank you so much for coming on again, and I look forward to your next presentation. So, and if I don't see you again, you know, I wish you and your family a very Merry Christmas. So.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Thanks, Sybella.
Scott.
Yes.
If I can interrupt us a moment.
Absolutely.
I'm reading that due to adverse weather conditions at Europe's spaceport in French Guiana, the flight to launch the James Webb Telescope is being postponed. The new targeted launch date is December 25th at 7:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 5:20 a.m. Mountain Time, and 12:20 p.m. Universal Time. So it'll be
we'll
Christmas
have a rocket launch Christmas star.
Yeah, yes.
Yes. Yeah, that's great for everybody except for the scientists that are responsible for it.
Yeah, that's a long ways from home.
Right.
Well, I understand them not wanting to take any chances. And if the weather's not forecast to be good, delay. I noticed the delays are only by a day, not a month, not, 5 more weeks. So they are, it looks like they are wanting this to get up there, and they only get one shot at it. So I understand them wanting to be successful. So yeah, more patience, I guess, for all of us.
Yeah. Well, great. I can wait one more day, no problem. So yeah, I think I'm as nervous as, well, maybe not as nervous as they are, but I definitely, know that there's a lot at stake here. So as far as them having a successful launch, a successful deployment, there are careers riding on this, I think, at this point. So, okay. So
I think the anticipation adds to the excitement, and the eventual success of the mission will be sweeter because of the anticipation, I think.
Yes. Well put. Well put. So, yeah, is there anybody here that doesn't want James Webb to go up? I don't think so. Okay.
I think even if you love the Hubble Space Telescope, you still want James Webb to go up.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm all for
still gonna run Hubbell. Don't worry.
That's true.
Hubble's
It's
kind of
not going anywhere yet.
I
It
wouldn't
sounds
doubt
like
that.
they got it fully operational, so it's back
Good.
doing science. So
Down
have both of them as long
two
as you can have
gyros, but that's all you need.
them. You know, Molly, you've got some instruments that rival the Hubble with your set of backyard.
We're getting there. We're
So
getting
does
there.
our good friend Doug Struble, Jason Guenzel. You guys are doing just fine. So hopefully the Hubble stays up for a very, very long time either way.
Yes. I think Hubbell may outsurpass JWST. JWST is supposed to, it only has 10 years of fuel on it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Well, up next is Jason Guenzel, the Vast Reaches. He has been on Global Star Party several times. And he never fails to inspire with his amazing images. Every time I see a new image from Jason, I'm utterly blown away. His work definitely is of professional quality, and the images that, I mean, you would almost think it's almost impossible to get what he gets, but Jason's just another prime example of an amateur astronomer that breaks the boundaries, and pulls out details and information out of his images that are just mind-blowing. So Jason, I'm going to turn it over to you, man. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me, and thanks for the introduction. I again had good intentions to do a nice presentation for you guys, but then I ran out of time. So now you get a slideshow. But I did, have a topic that is kind of dear to me, and probably a lot of people in the panel here in the audience. It was 1 year ago today that we were treated to a once in a lifetime event, astronomical event, and that was the alignment of Jupiter and Saturn in the night sky. And 1 year ago, actually it was yesterday evening, 1 year ago yesterday, that I was frantically running around my backyard trying to get a picture of this, because I had clouds most of my December. I only had 2 windows available to shoot it, and I wanted to just run through some of those images and kind of show my experience there. But just to reiterate, we get an alignment of Jupiter and Saturn in our sky once every couple decades, but this one that happened last year was quite special. The planets came within 6 arc minutes of each other, which may be a nonsensical number to a lot of people, except for an astrophotographer, but that's about 20% of the diameter of the apparent diameter of the full moon in the sky. So the planets, as they approached each other, and you remember this if you saw it, almost collapsed to a single point of light. It was pretty amazing to see, and I was able to get some pretty nice close-up images. So I'll share those with you now. Let me know if my screen's coming through.
Yes.
Okay. So beginning in early December, the planets started to close in on each other in the night sky, and Jupiter was kind of sliding in from the right-hand side, or the western side, and at the same time Saturn was sinking slowly into the west. So they ended up crossing paths. This shot was taken at sunset on the 10th of December, so we were still 10 days from the event, but like I said, I kind of took every opportunity I could. But this set of images ended up pretty nice because of the nice sunset hues of the planets. So this was taken with a camera lens, so I had not started taking telescopic images yet. So this was with a Canon 6D and a 600 millimeter zoom lens. But even at that, if you start zooming in, you can begin to see some planetary detail here, as well as the moons. Jupiter's here to the lower right. with a string of at least 3 of its moons visible here. And up to the upper left is Saturn with its brightest moon, Titan, there visible off to the side. And just to demonstrate, what you can see with a camera lens, planets are extraordinarily tiny in our sky. So this is taking a crop of those images. I took multiple exposures here, and these were shorter exposures to get some details on the planet, or as much details as I could. But you can see here that even with a 600mm camera lens, you can see the ring, make out the rings of Saturn and a little bit of banding on the surface of Jupiter.
Really excellent.
So, like the nerdy astrophotographer I am, I wanted to get a close view of this or as close as possible. So I set up this telescope. This is a 12-inch Newtonian telescope with a Barlow to magnify the image. And so the ultimate focal length of this system comes in at about 7,000 millimeters. And obviously you need some sturdy mounting and counterweighting here to support this beast. But this is what I shoot most of my planetary images with. And one of the challenges, at least for this event, was it was only visible. We're talking about solstice here, where from the northern hemisphere, where I shoot at about 42 degrees north, planets end up being extraordinarily low in the sky. And I think at the time I shot these two, they were no more than 20 degrees above the horizon, maybe closer to 15. This is not an image from that night. It's just showing the setup. But with this setup, I was able to get this shot of the conjunction event itself. So this was taken on the night of December 20th, right after sunset. And this is the true apparent field of view of these two planets in the sky. So
isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, it's quite remarkable, to see Saturn within the band of moons of Jupiter, about the width of that away. We can see the 4 Galilean moons here. Actually, I was a bit confused editing this image because there's another dot here within the moons, and that was actually a interloping star that was just happened to be there, aligned with the moons of Jupiter.
Yeah, we were going to call it the 5th moon of Jupiter. I remember trying to get images that night also, and that I forget what the star's license plate was, but it was a kind of a coincidental alignment of it. Looks like it fell right in line with the rest of the moons.
So through the telescope, you get obviously a lot more details into the planet. So you can see the banding on Jupiter at the time, and looking up into Saturn, you can see it.
Wow.
Nice view of the
So much
Cassini
detail
division
there,
and then several of the moons. I don't know if that's coming through on the
It
video.
is.
I'll zoom in
It
a
sure
little
is.
bit more, but it starts to break down as you get super close. But I think that's tightened off to the side, and then I don't
We
remember.
definitely have Cassini's division and a hint of Encke's division, and lots of planetary detail. It's beautiful.
So again,
That's what our audience thinks.
in our lifetime, we're never going to see anything like this again. So it was important for me to run around and take as many pictures as I could. So I had this planetary setup running, and I was able to grab this set of images right before the planets fell behind the trees. And I noticed from home, if I walked around, I could still see those planets through the trees or over top of some of them. So what I was able to do, actually, So this is one more. This is through the telescope. This just shows my telescopic field of view, which is right here, this box. You can see that it just barely fit within the field of view of my cameras. So much so that, you know, I was getting too close to the edge for some of these. So I ended up shooting, you know, separate frames for each of the planets, which you see off here to the right. And then boosting the exposure, I was able to get the moons of Jupiter, which you can see here, the more distant ones, and this is Jupiter in the center with a couple of other moons. And then this was the overexposure of Saturn to get the set of moons for that planet. So it's just kind of a little behind the scenes of what it takes to get that shot.
Very cool.
So like I said, I kind of walked around and I was able to position myself right. You know, I walked around to get this alignment, but I was able to get the planets stacked right on top of one of my pine trees in my yard.
That's like the perfect Christmas card right there.
Yeah, right.
That is awesome.
So again, this is through the camera lens, so I don't get all that detail that I had in the telescope shot. I couldn't haul that big rig around, but I took multiple exposures here to get, you know, because the tree is so much closer to me, I had to focus it differently. So this is a stack of two separate shots, one focused for the tree and one focused for the planets.
Very cool.
Yeah,
And then
really.
I still wasn't done. I lost both planets behind the trees and I thought I still had more time. So I went to a park near my house and I shot this, which is the planets off in the distance.
That's a
Reflecting
gorgeous
on-
shot.
As they were setting, this is, well, maybe only Adrian knows this is at Kensington Metro Park, but this is over the frozen lake. And what I really loved about this shot was the reflection on the ice of the planets there.
Yeah, really beautifully
Excellent
framed.
composition. Very nice.
Yeah.
This again was shot through a camera lens at, you know, pretty short focal length, I think around 50 millimeters.
Yeah, so I almost gave up Nightscapes after seeing this shot, but I said, nah, I'm gonna keep going. And I was just happy for you, Jason, that Kensington stayed open because I know they tend to go down after sunset. They tend to try and run people out of metro parks, but they let you in.
Well, I've stayed there past closing a number of times. Don't tell anyone, but.
Oh, I won't tell them. That's, you know.
All right. Yeah, so that's kind of a walkthrough of, you know, what I did that night of the conjunction. All the nights after that, all the nights before that were clouded out for me. So I was gifted this, you know, a lot of people called it the Christmas star, but, and there's some thinking that, you know, the story in the Bible about the Christmas star was actually a planetary conjunction very similar to this. So it's kind of cool to think about.
Right. I had heard that it was traced to be Jupiter and Venus being that close, but either way, supposedly it was a similar event. Also, I had a couple of people that asked if I was going to go shoot the conjunction this year. It wasn't going to get, you know, this close again in so many hundreds of years. And I had to tell, there were only a couple of people, but I had to tell them, I don't know who's sharing this with you, but that was last year.
Right.
So I don't know if any of you have friends that are like, are you going to go get it? But someone out there started spreading some rumors that this was happening tonight. And I was a little dismayed because like, how are they getting,
well, I think
people were gullible enough to believe it.
I think we might be partially or people like me might be partially to blame, you know, because of the 1 year anniversary. I shared my images today and people are probably thinking that's up there in the sky right now.
Yeah, and I know there isn't much we can do about it.
Nobody reads it anymore.
My presentation later one of the images on one of my slides is actually my version of that conjunction that I tried to take through a telescope. So similar. I think it's appropriate. I mean, it happened last year, and all I did was just let people know it happened last year. If I dug up an image of it, I just shared it. And I said, don't worry about it. This sort of thing happens all the time. And it's still a beautiful image. It's still a beautiful, regardless of your belief, it was still for most of us, once in a lifetime thing to see.
Yeah.
For all of us, once in a lifetime, and they're never going to be this close that we'll witness. But
Well, if we can hang around to the year 2080, I hear it's going to be good again. So
I got y'all
but
covered.
it's beautiful work. It really is. You're going to be there, Molly? If you're going to hang out, I'm going to. So.
I'll be like 90, but I'll probably still be doing astrophotography because it's, me.
So I had another one here. This is just my best two shots of those two planets from 2020, just to show what you can do when it gets higher up in the sky with the same equipment.
It looks like you have the hexagon up there on the
Saturn. Yeah, maybe
pole
like,
of Saturn. It's beautiful, really detailed. It's really nice.
Ganymede in front of Jupiter here. These were both taken separate on separate dates, but my two best from 2020, and near conjunction for both, opposition for both the planets. So that's kind of when they're largest in the sky and closest to us. So you got a better opportunity to get a good shot. And compared to how they looked at the conjunction, they're about 50% larger. So you get more detail that way too, because they're closer to us.
Very nicely done.
Super.
And
Super
so
work.
every time I come on here, I like to show just a few of my more recent images. So this is that is
Wow, look at that.
air glow.
That is gorgeous.
From Mackinac Island, Michigan. So this is looking over Lake Huron, but sometimes you get these nights where the sky just becomes a glow, and this isn't the northern lights. This is what's called air glow, where the upper atmosphere glows, emits energy that it's absorbed throughout the day when the sun was hammering on it. So you get this almost neon sign effect where you get the teals and the magentas that glow. Cool thing about this shot is it's against the backdrop of the Milky Way, which adds different color casts than you traditionally see.
See it all reflected in the water. It's really cool.
Yeah, right. All the colors and the brighter stars reflected in the water. And then this is NGC 891, which is an edge-on spiral galaxy. But I was really happy with the way this image turned out. You got a lot of nice details in the dust lanes of the galaxy. This was shot with the 8-inch SCT telescope.
It's spectacular. Usually you see, someone zooming in on something like that and everything kind of blows apart. When Jason does it, it just gets more and more detailed and you start to see background galaxies. So that is really, truly amazing.
I'm kicking myself here because looking down in this corner, I don't know if you can see this. I clipped it off the edge of the frame, but look at this beautiful.
I know.
Oh, wow. That's a really cool one.
Yeah, that's like a target in itself, and I chopped it in half. It reminds me of that famous Hubbell image, the R273.
Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah.
I thought that was cool. But yeah, I was really happy with this. I've been waiting to shoot this galaxy again for a long time because this has got so many neat little dust tendrils over, backlit against the core of the galaxy.
Mm-hmm.
What's the field of view on that image, Jason?
This is pretty much the full field of view on my Edge HD, so that it's about 30 arc minutes tall. So basically frames the full moon height wise.
So there's some questions. What was the your rig like and the camera combination?
Yeah, this is with the Edge HD 8-inch Celestron
Okay.
scope, and then got an ASI 1600 monochrome camera. And this was shot in LRGB. I think I got about 20 hours of exposure into this.
Wow. Really amazing.
Thanks. Yeah, I was really happy with that one. And switching gears one more time, this is 2 days ago on the surface of our star. This is a massive collection of active regions that's making its way across the sun right now. We've got 3 named active regions, and if you go count the number of actual sunspots here, it probably can count more than 20. But this is shot through a hydrogen alpha filter, which looks at the chromosphere. And those hydrogen structures are backlit by the photosphere behind. So all this dark arching and tendrils, these are all the hydrogen spicules, which are columns of plasma, some as tall as the Earth off the surface of the sun. And yeah, pretty much every one of these sunspots could swallow the Earth whole.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
that looks really cool. Now I'll tell you what's even cooler is looking at those live. I had a chance to look through a Coronado PST earlier today, and I was able to see those features. One of those somewhere on the lower to southern part of the sun, and I was able to visually see those, and that to me was really interesting to kind of watch happening.
These are not subtle features. I mean, you can go out and I'll repeat the disclaimer. I think that Chuck Allen said that you got to be careful anytime you observe the sun to make sure that you're properly filtered and you understand how to manage the energy that's collected by a telescope or your eyes. But with the right equipment, you can easily see these sunspots with a white light solar filter, which is a film you can put over the front of optics, or even they make specialty glasses that can be used to observe these sunspots. They're pretty remarkable, especially to see that many. The sun is definitely waking up after a long sleep.
With hydrogen alpha, I even saw those. I don't know if it was the same features, but I saw those, the kind of the plumes in front as well. The that you've got imaged here, I saw those live as well with the H alpha scope I was using. So made it even cooler to observe.
Yeah.
Was this with a quark or with a solar telescope?
Yeah, so I got that image here. This was taken during that session, this picture here. So this is the solar setup. So I've got the Explore Scientific AR-152 telescope. And yeah, this is a Daystar quark here. And then the ASI-174 mm is the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thanks.
Cool.
Yeah, but this gives you an idea of what we kind of struggle with this season. Shooting the sun, because we're so close to the solstice, I never get the sun more than 25 degrees off the horizon. So I'm almost shooting, skimming these trees, and I only have a limited window before it goes behind these trees. But you'll recognize this tree. This was the one that had the planets over it.
Oh, that's right. It looks fuller now for some reason.
Well, it's taken
Wow.
so much further away. All right, so just one more picture. I got the opportunity this month to do something really cool, which I've never had a chance to do. And if anybody's looking for a gift for me this holiday season, I think I finished my wish list. I was able to go to Planewave. They moved their manufacturing facility to Michigan in the last few years, and that's pretty close to me. And I was able to go to their open house and check out some of their telescopes. This is a 1 meter, one of their 1 meter telescopes set up.
Is that
in
your
their
next
shop.
scope there, Jason?
That is my next scope. Yeah.
Oh my
If I
god.
can,
Great.
if I can somehow get $600,000, it'll be in my backyard.
You're gonna have to put off that Tesla in
Yeah.
order to get it,
That's
but
right.
But
you
just
can do it.
just amazing hardware and technology there. I'm happy to see it locally now, but it's
Sure.
pretty amazing equipment.
You'll have to
For
Look
anybody
how
who doesn't
small
know,
the other telescope looks compared to
Yeah.
that meter class.
Yeah,
telescope.
I mean,
Yeah, and that
that's-
scope's probably like a 20-inch or something. That little
yeah,
one
it's either
down
a
there.
17 or a 20 sitting there on the ground. I mean, you
It
can get
looks
an
like
idea.
an 8.
You can get an idea of the scale by looking at the door behind it and some of that equipment. It's just
Yeah, when you get a scope like this, that 600,000 is just the start of the expense.
yeah, you got to
You'll
find
need the
somewhere to put it.
observatory, you'll need the cameras, you'll need. Yeah.
Yeah, Planewave, for anybody that doesn't know, they make premium telescopes,
Oh, yeah.
focused on the professional, semi-professional, institutional type telescopes. I'm sure there's a rich person market too, but it's definitely
Correct.
aspirational for any
Absolutely. Tarek watching from the UAE said, I wish I had 4 kidneys. He said I would sell 2 of them and keep 2.
we could
anyway.
we could get
I got a lot of
I don't know if
images
you can
from
get
this
that
tour.
much for a kidney, honestly.
I don't know.
Or 2 kidneys.
it would probably cost $1 million to build a facility and the telescope and everything to equip the system. But if you got
Oh, yeah.
100 friends, you got 100 friends with $10,000,
There you go.
we could build a remote observatory and schedule the time.
Sure. That's right.
Then there's insurance.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, the insurance. That's right. Well, beautiful.
Yeah.
That's great.
Sure.
That's great. I'm glad
All right.
to know that they're in your backyard, Jason.
Yep.
They should turn you loose on some of their equipment. And,
Yeah, someday.
yeah.
Believe me, I was asking questions.
I'm sure. I'm sure. Wonderful.
All right. That's all I
Jason,
got for
thank you
today.
so much.
Yep. Thanks.
Thank you so much. That's great. Well, up next is Molly Wakeling and Astronomolly's universe. Molly has been on, she's been on Global Star Party many times, and she is a busy working towards her degree, but she does take time out for us and to share her passions for astrophotography and to teach us a little bit more about the universe that we live in.
Hello.
So you've got the stage, Molly. Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks for having me back. It's been a while since I was last on here. I've been very busy with school. Let me scoot over and hide my recycling bin here.
I saw a posting from you where you were inside of this huge organ.
Oh yes. I teach cello lessons to a 7th grader, and we were preparing for a performance on Sunday at church. And this is not at my home church, but at the church that he goes to now. And they have this incredible pipe organ there at this church in downtown Dayton. And his mom was the choir director. So she was there and took us around inside of the pipe organ, and we got to crawl around in there and see all the pipes. And then she let me play it. and it was incredible. So
Yeah, very cool. Very cool.
that was a lot of fun. But yeah, the quarter is finally done. So I'm taking a breather for a second and finally actually had time to put together a presentation today, which I realized when I looked at my past presentations that I haven't done an Astronomolly's Universe segment in the last 10 global star parties. So it's been a minute.
That long, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
the last one was number 67 when I did the Whirlpool Galaxy. I've been on a few times showing
Yes,
off
you have.
some live imagery and stuff, but I haven't had time to put together a presentation in a while. But I did have time today because I am on vacation. So I'll go ahead and start sharing my screen here. All right, so I decided to highlight a galaxy that I just finished imaging. I took the last images for it on Saturday, and I finished processing it today. Today I finished processing it. It all flows together. And I want to talk about this cool little galaxy here, which is IC 342. So even though it's quite a large and bright galaxy, it has an IC number, but I'll explain why in a bit. So it's known as the hidden galaxy because it's just above the plane, above or below, depending on how you look at it, of the Milky Way. So it's behind a lot of gas and dust, which makes it really hard to see and much dimmer than it would be if it was further away up out of the plane. In fact, it would rival the Andromeda galaxy. You'd be able to see it naked eye, if not for all of the gas and dust in between us and it, as we're kind of looking out over the top of the Milky Way galaxy. It is a spiral galaxy, and this picture in the background is a Hubbell image of the core, which is really cool because that's the dust, and then a lot of these newborn stars have blasted out the dust to make a little hole there. So really cool looking. Now, even though it is obscured by a lot of our own galactic gas and dust, it is visible even in binoculars. So if you want to go hunting for it, it's up north. It's pretty far north. It's circumpolar for, I didn't check exactly what latitudes, but I'm going to guess pretty much the entirety of the northern hemisphere. And it's in the vicinity of Cassiopeia. It's in the constellation Camelopardalis. I finally said it, I think, right this time. It's which is not an easy to spot constellation. It's made up of several dimmer stars, but it means giraffe. It's just sort of this couple star long thing that somebody decided was the neck of a giraffe or something. But yeah, so if you go to Cassiopeia and kind of look across, I don't know a great way to find it, but there's this star here, I think is 4th magnitude. So you can kind of jump down from Gamma Camelopardalis down to Gamma Cam down to the galaxy there. I couldn't find a good graphic showing where it's at in relation to the plane of the galaxy. So I pulled a screenshot from Sky Safari, which is my preferred planetarium app. So this is the wintertime Milky Way. So actually, yeah, this is the screen I want to be pointing at. This is the wintertime Milky Way. So we're looking outward from the core of the galaxy. We're looking out the opposite direction of the core into our wintertime Milky Way here. And the screen's kind of blocked from my other screen. Oh, the blue dot is where IC 342 is. And you can see it's not very far above the plane of the wintertime Milky Way. So that's a lot of the gas and dust that we're looking through. So some fast facts. I mentioned this in the constellation Camelopardalis, which I think I did. I think I talked about like a variable star or something in Camelopardalis not too long ago, and I had a lot of trouble pronouncing it. But I practiced in my head a lot today, so finally got it. It's pretty close. It's only about 7 to 11 million light years away, which almost puts it in the local group. I think it's not in the local group, but it's pretty close to it. It's in its own group called the Maffei group. It was discovered by William Frederick Denning in 1892. He was a British amateur astronomer who discovered it, and several comets and I think several asteroids and stuff like that. So yeah, another discovery by amateur, pretty cool, even though it's a little bit of a older discovery. Apparent magnitude of 9.1, so pretty extincted by, which is the astronomical term, by the gas and dust of our own galaxy. This is about 75,000 light years across, so a little smaller than our own galaxy, which is 100,000 light years across, but still pretty good size. I like to show these objects in other wavelengths because there's oftentimes something to learn from looking at it in different wavelengths of light. So this is IC342 in radio. I didn't get the exact wavelength, but this is an intensity map. So it's got a very bright hydrogen core here. So I'm guessing this is potentially 21 centimeter light, which is a strong radio wavelength from hydrogen gas. Then over here, we have the infrared view from the Spitzer Space Telescope. And one thing that's interesting about looking at infrared views of galaxies is there's often a lot more arm structure in infrared than there is in visible. So in visible, you kind of see a couple of primary arms, but here there's a lot more intricate structure connecting the arms together. And I think that's really interesting. This is 3 different wavelengths of infrared light mapped to red, green, and blue. I couldn't find some ultraviolet or X-ray images out on the internet, so I pulled up the software Aladdin, which has a huge database of imagery that you can overlay from radio all the way up to gamma ray. So this is an ultraviolet image. You can see it's got some kind of hot glowing, well, these are probably not stars, but are probably hydrogen regions of where a lot of new stars are being born, probably a lot of stellar nurseries here, which tend to glow in ultraviolet, but you can kind of see some of the ring structure there. And then over in the X-ray image, I was reading up on some imagery taken from New Star, which is a different X-ray telescope than the XMM Newton image that I've got here. But I think if the orientation is right, this dot and this one down here are actually I think it's 2 black holes that are in that galaxy that are emitting a lot of X-ray light. So that's really interesting and is being investigated. So if you want to observe IC342, you can do it without too much difficulty visually. I've never actually, I don't think I have seen it myself, but I'll have to make a note to check it out next time. Since it is circumpolar, you can see it all year round, but it's highest during August to April in the first half of the night, so you don't have to stay up real late to wait for it to get very high. It is visible with binoculars under dark skies, although all you'll see is a smudge from what I was reading. And if you look at it with a reflector of 6 inches or greater, this website I was looking at suggested 6 to 8 inches, because if you go too long a focal length, it's just going to you're going to have too much magnification. It'll be hard to see the details. But around the 6 to 8 inch size with a low power eyepiece, apparently you can make out some clumpy spiral arms under dark skies. So perhaps when I'm at my next star party, I'll have to go take a look through somebody's scope at it. Photographically, it's a bit of a challenge to image because it is rather large, but also relatively dim compared to other galaxies. Fortunately, it doesn't have a large variance in brightnesses, kind of evenly bright throughout. So you don't have to deal with taking different exposure times and whatnot to deal with a bright core versus dim arms. You can get pretty much all of it with a single exposure time. Definitely a wide field of view is going to be best. So I imaged it with my 106 millimeter refractor. And it is like all galaxies, it's best done in wideband. We can get some of those H2 star forming regions really nicely using a hydrogen alpha filter, like in this background image, which is from a NASA website by Arturas Medvedevas. Yeah, really nice shot there. So here is the shot that I took over the last 2 months.
That's pretty.
IC342, thank you. And unlike a lot of galaxies that have a lot more blue in them, you can see how this one is a lot more yellow. And that's due to a lot of that because most main sequence stars glow in kind of this yellow color. So that's a lot of the gas and dust in the Milky Way is illuminated by these main sequence stars. So it kind of casts a yellow cast over the galaxy. So kind of it drops out a lot of the blue. And you can see a lot of the stars here are foreground stars. I'm not sure which ones belong to the galaxy. It's close enough that you should be able to resolve some, but pretty much all these stars are in the foreground. Because we are looking just above the plane of the Milky Way, it's very thick with stars. It's almost like imaging in the Cygnus region, but we're looking at a galaxy instead. So it's kind of wild. So a huge number of stars there, really cool. And that's all I got.
That's quite a bit. So very nice.
I'm imaging right now. It's clear out tonight here in Dayton, or at least it will be for a while. So I've been imaging Sharpless 2-115, Sharpless 2-115, which is an emission nebula. And I'm also just started imaging Sharpless 2-200, which is a large planetary nebula. I've been focusing much more on the northern sky because I have more northern view now than I did back in my California house. And bonus points, the moon is much farther away from the north, so I can image in wideband for more of the month.
Hey, Molly, Richard Lighthill is watching on YouTube, and his question is, how do you keep the stars from overwhelming the galaxy?
Yes, that's a great question. And there's some star reduction techniques in PixInsight that kind of help reduce the size and intensity of the stars. For one thing, I am using a Takahashi telescope, which the stars are really tight. The optics are really good on that telescope. But the other thing is I do use some star reduction techniques in PixInsight. Adam Block recently put out a video talking about somebody's made a script out of his star reduction process that you can go download into PixInsight. And I use a technique that I think I learned it from one of Adam Block's videos. I can't actually remember where I learned this. It might have actually even been from somebody on the Astro Imaging channel. I can't remember now. But there's quite a few star reduction techniques out there, and I found one that I really like.
Great. That's awesome. Now, do you mostly use PixInsight or?
I do. Yeah, I use PixInsight for pretty much the entire processing chain, from pre-processing, so calibrating and registering and whatnot, all the way through to the end. Pretty much the only time I use Photoshop nowadays is for when my flats don't work well enough, because I know a decent synthetic flats procedure in Photoshop. That's just you could probably replicate it in PixInsight, but it's a lot easier to do in Photoshop. But yeah, I use PixInsight for pretty much my entire processing chain.
Great. Josh Kovac comments, he says, star reduction is quite difficult. The scripts are okay, but I feel like I might need to start doing it manually.
Yeah, it's really easy to get really funky looking stars, or to really kind of mess with the star profile so they look unnatural. Now that I think about it, I think I did learn about this technique in one of the Astro Imaging channel videos, where he was talking about kind of making images pop, making images a little more 3D looking. So I'll have to go see if I can find the video and who gave that talk, to put the procedure up there. But the way that I do it now, the stars maintain in fact, it improves my star profile, I think, because from whatever step in my pre-processing, my stars end up being kind of, if you look at the star profile, kind of being flat topped and dropping off quickly on the edges, which I don't like. This procedure makes it more of a Gaussian profile, which looks a lot more natural, because it is more natural. Stars should be Gaussian. So
sure, that's right. That's right. Well, Molly, thank you so much for coming on, and again, have a happy holiday that's coming up this weekend. And if we see JWST go up, it'll make it all the happier, I'm sure. So.
Yeah, I've been eagerly awaiting James Webb since I don't even remember when I first heard about it.
For 25 years.
Probably at least all of my adult life, if not some of my childhood. And it's got some incredible missions that I'm really excited about. probably two of my favorites are, of course, being able to look back at when the first galaxies were forming, because we'll be able to see, look back in time, look far enough away and deep enough into the infrared to see the first galaxies form after the so-called dark ages, when there weren't really any stars or galaxies yet. Probably one of the missions I'm most excited about for it is exoplanet spectroscopy. It's going to be able to look at the atmospheres of exoplanets and determine what elements are in those atmospheres and what elements and compounds. So we could look for signatures of life, potentially, of compounds only appear in atmospheres where there's biology happening. So I'm very excited for that mission.
Yes, absolutely.
I see Dena's really excited about it too.
Well, you're making me feel old, Molly, because I'm 50. So yeah, James Webb has been something that I recall, just the last few years of anticipating it going up. I can remember the Hubbell being such a bust because everything was fuzzy when it came up, and then they found a way to correct it, and those the images it's been producing have been spectacular ever since.
Yeah.
Only to be outdone by your work. So it lasted as long as it could. You, Jason, and a lot of the other, I think astrophotography, the equipment got better, the techniques got spread out more, and we learned that it only takes a matter of time and enough light to be able to get the type of detail, which is the same thing the Hubble does, but it can do it on an even grander scale.
Yeah, it's got a little less atmosphere to deal with.
Yeah, and JWST can do it in these other wavelengths. I, like you, I'm looking forward to seeing if it can get a direct image, basically, of a planet. I know they want to point at the TRAPPIST system. They want to point. They want to point 4 light years away at the Alpha Centauri system and see what's going on there. So
one of the downsides of James Webb is it's primarily focused on infrared observing. So I don't think it has a whole lot of capability in the visible spectrum. So we're not going to get those jaw-dropping visible spectrum images that we got from the Hubble, but we'll get some pretty awesome infrared images, I'm sure.
And I think what'll happen, much like that black hole of M87, I think there'll be a way to somehow represent what they're seeing pictorially.
Well, it's like Spitzer. Spitzer, they had their color palettes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I never liked the Spitzer images as much as I like the Hubble images.
Well,
I'm sure they'll do a fusion. You can fuse the Hubble images with the Webb images too,
That's
and
true.
get a whole
Yeah.
full, wide dynamic range image that you'll be able to see a lot.
That's true.
Those will be cool to look at.
Yeah, I grew up with Hubble. Hubble was up when I was old enough to start, when I, wasn't a baby and could actually be aware of things. And yes,
again, I'm dated,
I know,
but that's okay.
I'm sorry.
You're fine. That's
but
with age is supposed to become experience, but I haven't figured that out yet.
That Pillars of Creation image came out when I was a kid, and that's just always been a part of my life. And I got through my physics degree in undergrad looking at those Hubble deep field images, those ultra deep field ones where every dot of light is a galaxy. That's the kind of stuff that got me through college when I was not wanting to finish my physics assignment. I'd go look at one of those images and go like, oh, I want to go to space, and then finish my assignment. That Hubble images, I think, is what really got me here. It got me into astronomy, got me into physics. And I think it did that for a lot of people. And I hope it continues to do so, and that James Webb inspires the next round of folks as well.
Yeah, I'm sure it will.
Well spoken.
Sure it will. I think it's going to inspire all of us in this, in all the generations alive. So it's going to be very cool. Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we're going to come back with John Briggs should be joining us by that time for his special presentation on Mariah Mitchell. So hang in there.
So I figure James Webb is only going to inspire Gary Palmer to build something to beat it over there in the UK. I know you're working on it right now, Gary.
Yeah, but we're pretty busy here at the moment. A lot of online stuff. Lots of people buying online stuff for Christmas presents. So the office is mental on processing all of that at the moment, and we've got stuff like this, which is just programming up all the computers, checking everything, and just leaving it running. It's actually getting quite warm in here now because I turned the heating up. It's going out to a hot climate, so it's all got to be up and running and sort of working from there a bit. But and the other thing is just waiting for parts at the moment. So the delivery driver's getting a bit hacked at the moment. A lot of heavy stuff coming in every 5 minutes, and
gotta let it process. It can only do about 100 instructions at a time. You gotta let it go.
Yeah, that's it. How you keeping out your side, right?
Say that again.
How you keeping out your side? Okay.
I am. I actually did some solar visual observing. First time in a while, I actually put eye to the eyepiece. And a lot of the stuff, Jason, you were showing in your presentation, I was seeing it firsthand through that Coronado. And it took me a while to figure out how to get it in focus. I'm thinking this thing's a bust. And then I go, oh, pull it out a little bit. And then suddenly the sun snaps into place. And so then we do the fine focus, look for prominences. We saw a couple on the eastern limb, and I could also see the activity going on the face of the sun. There were like 3 or 4 different spots on there that I was observing. And I figured, well, if those things are going on, there's a chance for a little bit of aurora coming our way, probably in the next couple of days. And of course, like it always is where you are, I'm sure it will be cloudy when that happens.
Yeah, it went off the other night. I saw a report in Ireland. Must have been the day before yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah. They said it was going off out there, but it was just cloudier. So it's
so
like I mean, you can see stars out there, but there's like that high cloud just sitting there, knocking everything back. But getting really weird temperature changes. It's like tonight it's probably about -2 out there, but before the morning it'll warm right up. It'll be up to 7-8 degrees. So you're getting some real fluctuations in the temperatures at the moment. That's been, the fogging last week. We just had a week of fog, literally. So, but I did see the sunspot group a couple of days back. That looked quite nice.
Yeah, there's one on the, I guess if I try to describe it, I should have just written it down or tried to draw it. But there was one in the upper western limb, I think, that was coming into view. There was a group that was leaving view. And then there was that big group that I think, Jason, you might have imaged, or Gary, you may have an image of it. There's a big group in the southern hemisphere of it.
Yeah. That thing has been moving across over the last week or so, but it's the biggest string.
Really, the whole of it's active right across. If you actually look, it's more or less a full disk of activity. Now, when I imaged a couple of days back, there was another active area rotating on with the sunspot. But I must admit, I've been too busy to look the last couple of days. Keep meaning to throw the website up and have a look around, but just haven't got around to it. But this was going on.
And I don't know if Jerry or Scott are listening. Actually, Jason, what I did was I put a Vixen plate on the Coronado PST, and I was able to fasten it to the IXOS mount. So I false aligned it and got tracking on and set it up so that even though I wasn't fully bound, the scope itself was balanced with the counterweights and everything. I pointed it at the sun, I get it working, and then I slightly adjust the tracking so that I could just sit there and observe. And I was able to follow the sun along visually and, make minor adjustments with focus.
Oh, good.
And what I liked about it was the adjustment to the tracking speed if I'm just a little bit off, and I was, it was almost like I didn't, it wasn't tracking at all. A little bit of adjustment to the tracking speed at least helped visually keep the object near center, and I was able to sit there and observe. So
Oh, I see.
that was a
So
nice little touch using the tablet to
Yeah.
get to make sure the sun stayed. And I just sat outside the house and looked at the sun for a while.
So one thing you can do also, if you ever mark a place on in your yard or wherever you observe to make the alignment near perfect, you can set the IXOS 100 to track on boot, which means you don't have to connect a computer to it at all. You could just plop it out there in the yard, get it pretty close to a polar line, and then you can just move it manually across the sky to different objects like the sun during the day and just observe through it. It'll track like an old-fashioned drive system.
I'll talk with you about that later on, maybe the week, because
since the
I wanna
James
do
Webb
that.
Space Telescope arrived at Europe's spaceport in French Guiana in mid-October, preparations for launch have been going on around the clock. Webb is one of the most complex and sophisticated scientific instruments ever built and has taken some 30 years of development. And while the Space Observatory is being checked, fueled and ready for launch in one building, in another facility a few kilometers away, the Ariane 5 launcher that will carry Webb into space is also being assembled. This is just the final stage of a process that began when Ariane 5 was first chosen for this prestigious international mission some 14 years ago, and special adaptations have been made to the launch vehicle and assembly process. These include stringent cleanroom conditions and new procedures to protect the telescope at the top of the launcher when the protective fairing is being lowered around it.
Due to the size of the telescope, we needed to develop a specific guiding system, a laser guiding system to encapsulate the Webb telescope in the fairing, because we have really few margin inside the fairing, and during the descent it's really important to control the positioning of the fairing and to ensure a safe encapsulation for the telescope.
À l'image montée. Top, à l'image EAP, décollage.
With its core stage and 2 solid rocket boosters, Ariane 5 is one of the most reliable launch vehicles in the world. It's launched most of ESA's largest science missions, including Rosetta and most recently the Bepi-Colombo spacecraft to Mercury. But launch is only the beginning of an eventful journey. It'll take the Webb telescope to its final station, 1.5 million kilometers from Earth, known as L2. This is a position in space where the gravitational forces of the Sun and the Earth balance out. Special flight control maneuvers have been developed for the mission to ensure Webb isn't exposed to damaging sunlight when the launcher's fairing is released.
The launch itself will take 27 minutes from liftoff until Webb separation from the launcher. And then the journey toward the Lagrange point L2 will take about 4 weeks. And during that period, Webb, which was in folded configuration, will deploy.
In a carefully planned sequence, the telescope will first deploy its solar array, then the antennas, sun shield, and finally the 2 mirrors. Even then, it'll be several months before Webb is ready for science. The observatory has to cool to its operating temperature of -233 degrees Celsius, and the 18 individual segments of its mirror have to be aligned.
So there's a lot of work to happen after launch. That's just the first step. And only after 6 months will we be ready with the telescope and the instruments all fully commissioned, ready to start doing science, the science we've dreamt of for decades. It's just around the corner. If we can wait 30 years, we can wait just another 6 months.
Webb promises to transform our view of the universe, detecting light from the very dawn of time. And now there's not long to wait for the first science.
So I hope that you found that as fascinating as I did. I can certainly wait the extra 6 months, but I think that we'll probably be getting regular updates as they check all the systems as they come online. Up next is John Briggs. John has been an amazing individual in the community of astronomy, both amateur and professional. He has been involved in some of the world's great observatories, and he describes himself as an instrument expert. Well, I don't know that he calls himself an expert, but he most certainly is. And he has kept the history of some of the most remarkable scientific instruments alive through his presentations, his restorations, and his activities in astronomy. He's a great friend to many people in our astronomical community. I love hearing his presentations, and he's with us once again to talk about the first female professional astronomer, Mariah Mitchell. Great to have you on, John.
Hi there. Hi, I'm gonna try sharing my screen.
Okay.
And hi, do you see some pictures?
Yes.
Okay. Scott, thank you so much for letting me participate again. It's always so much fun. But when I saw in your promotion that you quoted Mariah Mitchell, I thought, oh man, I have to offer a quickie presentation about Mariah Mitchell. And boy, how did I entitle it? Her life, her philosophy, and the observatory named after her, something like that. And so I've, in some haste, I've thrown together some pictures that I hope folks will enjoy. But she was born on Nantucket Island, off the coast of Massachusetts. And Nantucket wasn't really so far away from where I was born, but I was born on the mainland of Massachusetts, and maybe 30 or 40 miles as the seagull flies. And it was actually the typical Nantucket house in the early 1800s on the right in this picture where she was born. Now the observatory, the little observatory shown on the left, was built in the early 20th century after her death in her honor, because she and her father were astronomers out on Nantucket Island. In the early days, Nantucket was a major whaling port. In the middle 1800s. Navigation of the whaling ships was a key industry, and the ships sailed by celestial navigation. And the clocks, the chronometers on board those ships had to be rated by astronomical observation. Well, Mariah's father did that as a business, but he was also a keen amateur astronomer. So she grew up with a lot of astronomy in the house. And this here was the house she was born in. Now I'm a little awkward here. Let's see. Here's a more contemporary picture of what they called the birthplace cottage. And the observatory that was eventually created in Mariah's honor is one of the domes to it is there on the left, because you see Mariah had a lucky break, and it led to her becoming named as a professor at Vassar College, and it was the alumni of Vassar College, or a number of them, created this observatory in her honor. And I'll talk about that, but let me explain a little bit about Mariah's lucky break. In the year 1847, she was sweeping for comets with this small refractor made by Doland in England. It was one of her father's telescopes, and lo and behold, she discovered a comet. And in those days, well, communication was tough, but her astronomer father was wise, and he was friends with the astronomers at Harvard College Observatory. And he quickly wrote a letter to the director of Harvard College Observatory saying, my daughter has discovered a comet. And here's a picture of Mariah about that time. And the astronomers at Harvard pointed out to William Mitchell, the father, that, there's a prize available right now, which has been offered by the King of Denmark, a gold medal for the first telescopic comet discovered. And I didn't realize that Mariah discovered the first telescopic comet, but from some of the things I've read, it sort of suggests that's what the award was made for. But in any case, there was a stipulation, and that was that when the telescopic comet was discovered, the astronomer responsible for it had to immediately mail notice of the discovery to other scientists. And now some astronomers at Harvard had already discovered comets and tried to get this prize, but they found that they hadn't noticed the rules carefully enough, and they hadn't sent by immediate post to other astronomers internationally that they had made the discovery. Well, the fact that Mariah's father wrote to officials at Harvard that immediately that she made the discovery, to make a long story short, ended up becoming acceptable for the nobility in Denmark to award Mariah the prize and a gold medal. And it was actually the president of Harvard College who was a key in the negotiation with the diplomats and other people in Europe to facilitate Mariah getting this prize. Now, Mariah was also very inclined to mathematics and all fashions of practical astronomy. And there's more to the story than I have time, of course, to relate in just another couple minutes here. But there's a wonderful book written about her sweeper in the sky by Helen Wright. Helen Wright is the same lady who wrote a wonderful biography of George Ellery Hale called Explorer of the Universe. But here's, just for fun, here's a picture of Mariah when she was a professor at Vassar College, and her father was quite elderly when this picture was taken, but that's her dad, William. But I happen to have something that I was given, a book in my library, and I think I just have another minute or two to show you pictures of what is this book. It's John? A pretty tattered volume. It turns out it's volume 3 of the publications of Harvard College Observatory. Let's see specifically. Well, it's the Annals of the Astronomical Observatory of Harvard College, Volume 3. And why this book is very cool, and I like showing it off. Here's the title page. It is an account of the Great Comet of 1858. So this was a comet 11 years after Mariah got her gold medal for her discovery, helped by her father, but also helped by the astronomers at Harvard College Observatory, William and George Bond. And Bond is one of the authors of this particular volume. But let me just show you, the volume is full of these beautiful drawings of this mammoth comet of 1858, otherwise known as Donati's comet. And I'm just going to flash a few of those big full page plates. But what is cool about it is this volume, which was given to me, is signed as you see here. It's indicating it's to William Mitchell from the the Observatory of Harvard College, with the respects of the author, who would have been George Bond. But then in different handwriting following below, it says, presented to James Edward Oliver as a token of regard by his friend William Mitchell, 1862. So in other words, the volume was given to William Mitchell Mariah's father, but he passed it on, evidently almost immediately, to this fellow, James Edward Oliver. I sure would like to find out who he was. I don't know yet. But I'll show you a few more pictures. This is no longer directly about Mariah, but it's just cool how this was, this beautifully illustrated book was once in the hands of the Mitchell family, and it just seems cool. Look at how these images of the blazingly bright Donati's comet that had hood structure in these highly magnified views near the nucleus, like Comet Hale-Bopp had a beautiful structure like this in the head of the comet. And I'm just showing you quickly some of the illustrations. They're quite mind-blowing to me. And I'm doing all this just to dramatize to folks. I think it's wonderful to be aware of the older literature in astronomy. And in the back of the book, as though it wasn't cool enough, there are all these there are a number of fold-out big pages. This thing, measures about, I don't know, 18 by 24 inches, and all these little drawings of the near nuclear activity. And let's see, there's a close-up of some of these drawings. They're just incredible. So the old literature is wonderful to know about in history of astronomy. We can really relate to it as observers today and amateur astronomers or any kind of astronomers today. But Mariah Mitchell was wonderful. She had a philosophy of very much learning by doing. And obviously I don't have the time to talk anymore. I think I'm not watching the clock. I'm just flashing these pictures. This is a relatively rare picture of Mariah behind the 12-inch refracting telescope that she had at Vassar College Observatory. You can see it says this picture is dated 1878. And as I recall,
John, are you able to bring that up full screen?
There's more. Oh, here she is buried on Nantucket. This is one of the other domes of Mariah Mitchell Observatory in the background, but this gravestone says Mariah Mitchell. And if we could magnify in on it, born 1818, died 1889, I think it is. She was a wonderful person with very cool philosophy, very practical, hands-on education sort of philosophy. And I think I've run out of time. But thank you very much, everyone, as always, for your attention, letting me share some of my favorite things.
Thank you, John. That's great. Is this book that you're showing the pages from your Lyceum?
Yes. So I have a library and something of a museum here in Magdalena, New Mexico. And so we have a lot of cool things here. Many of the things, believe it or not, have been given to me. I can't resist continuing to work to collect cool things. But the most important thing is for folks to be aware of how interesting and educational and inspirational some of these historical things are. And so it's a privilege trying to call attention to them, to folks in forums like this.
Great. John, thank you so much. Thanks for coming on to Global Star Party. And
yeah, you bet. You bet.
And
Take
have
care,
a great
folks.
holiday weekend. Thanks very much.
Thanks. Same to you all. Okay, bye-bye.
Take care.
Thank you, John.
Okay. All right. So up next, we will have Jerry Hubbell on from the Mark Slade Remote Observatory. The MSRO is a research facility managed by volunteer amateur astronomers that do professional level science. They have, discovered the dip in the brightness of exoplanets. They work closely with the TESS team as a pro-am, project, and They show amateur astronomers how to do science through a hands-on technique, probably not unlike what Mariah Mitchell herself would have loved to be involved with. So, Jerry, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thanks, God. I appreciate the opportunity, as always. And I'm pretty fortunate to work in the astronomy industry also for Scott. And I've moved my career from nuclear instrumentation into astronomy instrumentation. And so that's going to be the topic. I was digging around today. Our skies are cloudy tonight, so I'm not going to be able to observe with the MSRO tonight and share that. But I've got something else that I worked on about 10 years ago, and I've always been interested in recording stuff since I was a kid. Recording things was always an interest of mine. You know, like having my dad bought my brother and I a old-fashioned, or it's old-fashioned now. It's a small reel-to-reel tape recorder that we played with, so we recorded sounds, and I got into that. And then also I started getting interested in electronics, and then moved into my career at the nuclear station into instrumentation, and then as a wider thing into, you know, as a teenager, I got into astronomy and telescopes. So anything to do with physics and electronics has always been very interesting to me. So I continue that to this day. Scott gave me the opportunity to develop the PMC-8 mount control system and controller. And so that's, again, one of my main interests in life is control systems and electronics and anything to do with astronomy, anything where I can mix all those things together, computers, you know, electronics, astronomy, all that stuff comes together for me in my career today. So I'm pretty excited about that and very fortunate in that regard. And of course, I grew up during the Apollo era, so I got exposed to a lot of technology just by seeing what was going on, not necessarily getting hands-on or anything, but just seeing the development of the Apollo program and the technology and things that they developed during those times. So that just that's a long segue into what my topic tonight is, and it's going to be talking about an instrument I developed about 10 years ago called a fiber-fed spectrometer. So let me share my screen, and I created a presentation for my club about 10 years ago on this. And it's based on a product. Let me go to that first, that I found online. So you see this? It's by a company called Science Surplus. They were removing these spectrometers from laboratory instruments and selling them. They're kind of like a standalone system that was integrated into a chemical analysis system, I think. And then they were reselling them. They refurbished them and then resold them. So, and it was kind of cool because it was had a linear CCD detector array. Is basically a 1024 by 1 pixel CCD camera, if you can imagine that. It's just a big line of pixels. And because the spectrum spread out on the line, that's how it did the measurement. And it's kind of cool to play with. So I found this and I decided, well, I'm going to turn this into an astronomical instrument and see how it would work. And I wasn't sure if it was going to work or not, but I came up with some techniques to do that. And I'm going to share the other presentation right now that I put together using this instrument. Some of you may have seen this before. I don't know that I presented this on the Global Star Party before. But here's my presentation. So I developed this instrument, and there's several components that I'll go over, and I developed software to do the analysis, or at least to record the data, I should say. So the objectives of this was to take this fiber-fed spectrometer and turn it into an astronomical system that I could use to measure star spectra. or any other spectra that I wanted to try. And I'm going to talk about the interface I created on how to tie the fiber into the optical system, and also how to create a guiding system, because the fiber element is about, there's two fibers that I use. One was a 200 micron fiber and the other one was a 50 micron fiber. So that's a very small aperture to get the starlight into. So I had to develop a way to guide the star on that once I got it centered on the fiber. And I'll get past these text slides a little bit. There's some details, some engineering details that I won't get into really, but I just want to show the elements of this system and show you how it worked. So this is what the inside of this fiber-fed spectrometer looked like. There's an optical bench here, which is that big black box, and I'll show you the inside of that in a minute, the electronics and the CCD camera that's involved with it, which is that linear CCD. And the alternative was a star analyzer grating, which is what we have in the MSRO today. We have a grating like this that's mounted in our filter wheel, but this is a totally different type of system. And it had the potential to be a much higher resolution spectrometer system than the grating. So the way this thing works, here's a picture of the inside. The fiber feeds the light into the system. It's got a mirror, collimating mirror, and then it's got this grating. It's another diffraction grating which spreads the light out, and then the light gets spread out and then reflected and focused onto the CCD, linear CCD chip right here. And it's basically, like I said, it's a 1 by 1024 pixel array of pixels that it spreads the light out on in this fashion. But you can see how the light bounces around inside of it. And that's called this whole thing is called an optical bench. There's another drawing of it. And it uses a specific folded pattern or folded configuration that's called a Zerny Turner design right here. That's what it's called. And then there's some specifics to the light cone that has to come into the entrance slit and everything else that I won't really get into a whole lot. But I had to create this fiber optic head that mounted the fiber onto the eyepiece end of the telescope to be able to focus it and to bring it in and to focus the light into the fiber. And it needed to provide a solid connection so that it was really steady and didn't move around and was very predictable and very precise to be able to adjust it. So what I did is I took a flip mirror, all right, which has a standard flip lever, and you can move it in and out of the optical train to reflect the light, either let the light go straight through to the camera or to reflect it up into the, in this case, into the fiber optic cable. And in order to provide a way to focus this, or to align it, I should say, to align the light, I use this thing called a cold mirror. All right, and a cold mirror, what a cold mirror does is it transmits infrared light straight through on the main optical axis, and then it reflects 90 degrees the visible light up into the fiber. It's kind of a cool device, and there are companies out there today that use this technique that you can buy for auto guiders. But I did this was 10 years ago, and I bought this from, I think I bought the cold mirror from Edmunds Optical. I've got a parts list at the end of this, I think. So you can buy these cold mirrors, and this is what it looks like. I guess Edmund Optical is what I bought. So if you look at the curves, the transmission and the reflection curves, it's just basically they cross over each other at certain wavelengths. So the visible light gets transmitted through, and reflected light, or gets blocked at the angle, and then the reflected light gets transmitted through the infrared. And you can see this on this drawing, how that works. The visible light gets reflected and the infrared light goes straight through. Now, the infrared light is coming through, it's coming in at an angle. It's at 45 degrees, it's not straight through. So there's a little bit of distortion there, and I'll show you what that looks like. Let's see, there's some technical details here I'm not going to get into with the light cone and what I had to do to set the focal ratio correctly for the light to enter the fiber optic. It's this is kind of showing what it is. So you have to make the cone, the light cone, come in so that it will reflect without loss through the fiber optic. Okay, and that's called what is that called? The focal ratio degradation. That's an effect that occurs for, it's not optimized for the focal ratio is not optimized. So you'll get a lot of losses on that. So to come in, the light has to come in at an angle to be reflected effectively through the fiber. Hold on a minute.
It looks like your telescope's barking at you with your visual
yeah,
background. We know it's
loud.
your dog, but it's a loud telescope. Carry.
Right. So in order to attach the fiber optic to the system, I had to buy a connector called an SMA connector. And let me get to that. Let's see if I got a picture of it here. I'm gonna go back to that other. I had another picture. Guess not. Let me go back. So this SMA connector sits on the top of the thing. All right, right here on top of the spectrometer, and you screw the fiber into it, and then the light can go into that. So that's a piece that you need to buy, or that I had to buy to do that. Oh, there it is. So that's what it looks like right there. So that gets screwed in together with the focal reducer to correct the correct cone angle going into the fiber. And all that assembly sits on top of that flip mirror device with the cold mirror. And when you focus it, this is the kind of distortion you get because it's coming in at an angle. All right. This is the star capella. So I knew at what location the fiber was at in terms of the XY position on this image on the camera. And so all I had to do was position the light of the star on that position, and then I knew it was entering the fiber optic. Through trial and error, I determined what the position was, and it was pretty constant, pretty stable position. So I was able to put the star on that location, and then I knew it was going into the fiber. And then I could auto guide on it, okay, to keep it in there when I was taking the data. So this is a raw spectra with the program I wrote that what star is that? I don't even know if I know what star. Oh, that's Jupiter. That's a spectra of Jupiter. And now one of the features of the spectra is it's not normalized to the response of the CCD. So the CCD doesn't have equal response across the spectrum. That's why it's in the red, on the ultraviolet side, it's low response, but then it gets more sensitive as you get into the green, and then into the red, it tapers off a little bit slower in the red band. And then when it gets into the infrared, it starts to really taper off. So that's the sensitivity of the CCD. You have to normalize for that. That's part of the calibration. And here's another example of a spectra. And I created a way to record the data as a FITS image file, and that's what you see here. So each row on this image is one exposure on the CCD, and then I accumulate them over time, and time goes on the y-axis going down. And so there's a series of rows that I collected. So now you can see what the spectra looks like over time. Okay, on the y-axis, x is wavelength and y is time. So I was able to do that. And then to calibrate it, I used an LCD panel, basically like a tablet that just had white light. And the LCD, the phosphorus lamp that was in that LCD panel emitted light at these wavelengths, okay, where you see these peaks. And I knew exactly what those peaks were. So now I could calculate or calibrate the wavelength of the light on the CCD spectra, which is needed to understand what the starlight is doing. So you got that calibration, then you've got the normalization of the response curve, which is what this is showing. So this shows you how the light, based on the wavelength, the sensitivity goes down on the CCD. So once you correct for that, which is what I'm doing here, you got the raw spectra, and then you got the normalization curve for the CCD response. You can correct for that. And there's a Jupiter 1 spectra that's been calibrated and normalized. And you can see the light shifts from the blue to the red. And of course, these are the colors that Jupiter looks like here in the yellows and the reds, right? That's what it looks like. So that's, and then some green. So this is what Jupiter looks like. And that's why it's peaked in that range. And then a star, Aldebaran, I calibrated it. And then when you normalize it, oops, if I can get my mouse to pay. So the red is my data that I took after I normalized and calibrated it. The red traces the spectra of Aldebaran, which is a pretty bright star. The blue is a reference spectra that I got from a program created by Tom Field called RSpec. So you can see how my red spectra pretty closely matches what the reference spectra is on the catalog for that star. And you can see these dips and the peaks right here where the absorption lines are, and other things. So overall, it was very sensitive. The resolution was very high on it. And this instrument by itself only cost me $200, where if you look at spectrometers today for astronomy use, they're several $1,000s. So it's kind of a do-it-yourself bargain basement spectrometer that's got fairly high resolution. It's pretty cool. It worked out as well as it did. So this is what I paid for all these pieces. So $200 for the spectrometer. The flip mirror was $170. The cold mirror that I put in there was $50. That SMA adapter was $80, and that was pretty expensive. I used my ATIC camera, which was about $1,300 at the time. You can use other cameras, of course. And then I invested probably close to 300 hours into this project to learn. And it was just cool to be able to build an instrument like this and adapt it to astronomy use. And it works pretty well. I haven't used it for several years. I don't have it mounted on an instrument right now. But again, it worked very well, and I was pretty happy with it. So that's is there any questions about that instrument?
How big was the instrument itself?
All right, so I got a picture here I can show you. Just let me do this real quick. Mounted on the telescope. So you see that?
Yeah.
This is my 127. And you can see the box up here. and you can see the that orange fiber optic cable comes down and into the top of the flip mirror.
Okay.
Right there.
Yep.
And then the flip mirror is there, and with the cold mirror, and it lets infrared light through the optical axis into the camera, and then it reflects up into the fiber. The fiber goes over here into the box. And then I have my program that I run to acquire the data. And that's what it looks like.
All right. I'm going to share the link to Edmund Optics for their cold mirrors.
Yeah, and let me share. I think I've got the link for this paper here. Hold on. I can share that to you also. Where is it? Give me a minute. Oh, here it is. I'll paste this into the chat, and then you can paste it out into the world. Let's see. Chat. All right, what happened to the chat? There it is. All right, there's the paper or the presentation I just gave. Oh, I did it to Adrian. I was selected to him. So there it is, Scott.
Yeah, we've each sent each other a message. We meant to send it to everybody.
Yeah, right.
I was telling you about that mount, so you sent me
right.
a response. Which I appreciate.
Here we go. I can share that.
So that'll give you some ideas for do-it-yourself astronomy, like Adrian said. It's kind of cool to build instruments. I know John knows all about that stuff. John Briggs.
Yeah, I had typed in our chat, and I'll just say it over the air. Those that joined astronomy later in life during this sort of digital revolution that we're having, where all of these pieces they're coming already made. But as talking to those who are in astronomy clubs and that have done amateur astronomy for years and years, a lot of it was do it yourself. You wanted to figure out how to get at some response, and you built and grinded your own mirrors. And Jerry, like you built your own spectroscopy unit and figured out from the paper what parts you needed, got them all, put it together. Real experimentation, and it's something that I kind of missed that part. The experimentation now is, can I align a telescope so that it tracks so that I can get an image? And
well, but there's still some opportunities for that. I mean, there's still like, for example, the exoplanet work that I'm doing, I discovered a methodology that used a off-the-shelf component, and I was able to integrate it into our system to do high precision photometry with the exoplanets based on work that was done in college. And that's pretty cool when you can bring the high-tech stuff down and apply it to your own, small telescope systems.
Yeah, my foray into that was figuring out how do I take a Coronado that was not designed with a Vixen mount, and what screws can I use to mount it and attach it so that I could put it on the mount. I found something that works temporarily, but I know there's a better solution for that. So that's been the extent of my trying to engineer something to work. It did real well, because once I got it in the actual OTA and focus, I was able to observe using that IXOS mount. So figuring things, the spirit of figuring things out, I think, is what.
Well, that's part of that can be part of the hobby if you're into that. If you're into technology and you also like to observe, you'll figure stuff out. And sometimes it takes a lot of thinking and studying and thinking about how things work. to really get the best performance. And Gary knows that you have to get the best performance out of anything, you have to know everything about it.
Yeah. Yep. And
Right.
when you live in the UK, you need imperial and metric, because everything that comes over from the US is imperial. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And that's
you have thousands and thousands of bolts when you get to my stage. Yeah, all different sorts of things. Yeah, trying to get what we call get out of jail free card. When something doesn't fit, find something to fit it, and if not, make it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the beauty. You're finding a lot of people are making things now with 3D printers. Although threads are not brilliant on them, you can still get by, you know. And you know, I've got lathe in here, all sorts of other things. Yeah, and if you ain't got nothing to fit, you make it.
Right. And I think the ATMers from the 50s and 60s that ground their own mirrors and built their own mounts and everything, that's kind of warped into the system integrator of, you know, of this century. You integrate components that you buy off the shelf into your own personal system. So you become a system integrator and learn all about the different components and subcomponents that you need to build your system. And that's actually what my first book was about, scientific astrophotography, how to do that.
If you're not sure how it works, take it apart.
Yeah.
Take it apart and put it back together again. You soon find out. That's how you learn. Yeah.
Yeah, it may not be such a lost art, but it's definitely something that you know, you're faced with a problem. You just you go, okay, I need it to do this. So how do I get it to do this? And then you methodically step through it.
Well, that's kind of an interesting thing too, to push the limits of whatever you buy off the shelf, and you discover that it can do more than what even the designer may have thought it could do. And I've found that myself with some of the stuff that I've done for Explore Scientific, that it actually does, it performs better, and it actually can do more stuff than what you originally thought about it doing, which is kind of cool to discover.
Yeah,
that's the case with Jason Guenzel. He's using one of our 6-inch acromats, not an Apo, okay, not our most expensive telescope, but our largest, least expensive refractor, and does you know, those the solar images that he does. So, and he's done also some narrowband deep sky stuff with it too, which is, you know, really quite stunning. So I was, you know, I've been very impressed with what he can do. You know, he doesn't have a lot of money and doesn't have, you know, to spend on equipment, or he keeps his budget tight anyways for spending on equipment. And he squeezes out every last ounce of performance he can.
Yeah, I think, you know, and I'm here with you, Jerry and Gary, and, you know, with a lot of respect for the work you've done over the years. But I think if it's one thing that you all teach, and how Jason does its work, technique and process do matter as far as how you get to the results that you want. And it isn't a matter of just, sometimes you can't just read it in a book. You have to kind of understand what it is you're trying to do, and then you're working towards it.
It's a practical aspect. So some people just don't get along with reading stuff out of books and, you know, literature and paperwork. They get along better by actually working on something and understanding it that way. There's lots of different ways around it, but you know, things have progressed massively. If you look at like lens coatings over the last decade and all of those sorts of things, you know, they've massively changed what you can do. So what we classed as maybe a lower down product or a more inferior product a decade ago, it's not that case anymore. You know, a lot of the products are still hanging with that label a little bit, you know, and everybody, you know, wants to know what glass is in a telescope, you know, what coatings are on the glass. But to be honest, if you threw up 4 pictures, from different telescopes with no information about the glass, none of them could tell the difference. You know, but it's a thing where they've got to know what it is. And if it doesn't have the correct label, as far as they're concerned, it's rubbish. And that's not the case. You know, we have many a product that comes in where the glass is not specified on it. Some of it's absolutely stunning. You know, it really is nice.
Yeah.
But that's the sort of problem that you get in this. A lot of the old school will turn around and say, oh, well, you don't want that, it's rubbish. You know, I see it with, you know, branded telescopes, whether they come from United or some of the other places, you know, and everybody's commenting, well, that's not very good, or this is not very good. In actual fact, it is very good for the price that you pay. And you have to remember that everybody's got a budget. Not everybody's got the money to run around buying Takahashi, you know, all those sorts of things. And even when you do go and buy that, then you're going to get caned on the adapters that go with it. That's when you learn that a lathe comes in really well and you start making your own adapters rather than paying $50 or $100, you know, for something stupid. And until you do that, nothing fits. It's not the same thread size, and you'll find that with lots of different things. You know, if you get mounting plates, it's very, very rare that a set goes together from two different manufacturers. The whole spacing will always be slightly different.
Yeah, I think that you really, when you invest your time and into playing with your telescope or learning it, the systems, you're investing in yourself and your skills and knowledge going forward. So it'll pay dividends going forward when you go to buy that next mount or that next scope. You'll really understand how to get the best performance out of your equipment. And you should always push the performance of your equipment. I think before you buy the next level up, if you want to get the best value, if you want to get the most value out of your equipment, learn everything about it and push it to the limits to where you can recognize the limits. And then you'll know, well, I need to go more. You'll get that passion where you
fever here.
Yeah, you get more passion and you want to get better and better. And that's just the way it goes.
Yeah, that I know that this hobby, like a lot of others, will lend itself to kind of the more is better. And for instance, this A7R4 camera that I'm holding that you can't even see, it's in photography, it's a similar thing. It really takes understanding what the equipment has in it and how it can help you before you really, I think, you get benefit of tools that, you know, may have superior buildmanship. What I hear from the both of you is you kind of have to know what it is you're doing and what you want your outcome. You can't just rely on, well, this is rubbish, or you know, this is the best stuff. You got to get this, you got to get that. With any hobby, I feel like it's kind of a shortcut to say, well, I'll just go get the best stuff, and then all I have to do is press a button and it's going to get me what you want.
Yeah.
And
no, you could do the worst work with the best equipment. Anybody that doesn't know anything about it can actually do terrible work with the best equipment if they try hard enough.
Yeah.
Right.
It's one of those things, you know, it is about learning. And one of the biggest things I stress, when it goes right, when it's working, make sure you write down some of the bits that you did. Because it might be another month or something before you actually get around to redoing that again. And then you'll retracing those learning steps. You know, mobile phones are brilliant. Yeah. Any settings that we do on scopes, focus points, other things, it's just take a picture of it. Yeah, we got it there. And literally, when we're setting it back up again, you can just literally throw it straight up. You just have a quick look at the picture. That's the focus point of it. That's roughly in range. You're not sitting there messing around with it. So documenting some of the stuff in the early stages is really helpful.
Really wise point. And just to back that up, and I know, Scott, I think you're going to move us along, but
yes,
how often do we go, if we're visual, how often do you have the guy with the 30-inch mirror reading a manual and cutting a light on to figure out why it won't work with the it won't connect to the tablet, it won't do this, it won't do that. And then you're bringing over other astronomers to help you figure out and troubleshoot what's going on. And there's a beautiful sky out there. I mean, one of the lessons I learned early on, I remember being at a site that was reasonably dark And I went there with the goal of using some little rig I had to image a galaxy. I couldn't find a galaxy. I couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. And I'm sitting there frustrated. Then I looked up at the sky and I go, this is a beautiful sky. And I'm mad because I can't get my little whatever I had to work. And I said, I'm going to make a pact with myself. If my instrumentation doesn't work as I expect, I'm going to take note of it. I'm going to move on. And I'm still going to enjoy being out there under the stars, because this
one
feels
of the
ridiculous.
biggest things that, like making bullet points of your setup, certainly when you're new in this and making those points, is if you followed that correctly each time, when something doesn't work or when something goes wrong, it's really easy to trace it back.
Yeah.
And 9 times out of 10, it's one of those things you missed. You're in a bit of a rush to get it set up and get on the sky, and it will be one of those things. And if you've got it bullet pointed, you set the thing up the same way each time. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why I say, once it's working and once you're happy with it, make sure you write it all down. Jot it down, take a few pictures of it. That makes it really easy for you to do a set and bullet point notes.
Right, and I did my system portable. It was over 200 times I set my system up portable to do astrophotography, and you get to know the systems that way. And you do the same thing you choreograph, setting it up and tearing it down the same way every night. That's what I did.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, Scott.
Okay.
We give it back to you now.
Okay. All right. Well, that's great. Let's move on to our next speaker. But a very interesting conversation. I think one that everybody you should consider when you're getting your gear. There's nothing wrong with buying the world's best equipment and doing all the rest of it. But I think that all the really experienced people would advise you to try to get every ounce of it out of it that you can. So, and a lot of that also has to do with, your skill levels that can improve. And so not only, of course, all of us like to get new equipment and better equipment, but investing back into your own education is important. And so programs like what Gary Palmer offers, to really take you up to, top tier level image processing is equally important, especially, in the field of astrophotography. You want to learn science, you get with someone like Jerry Hubbell, and you'll be getting your name on scientific papers, in record time. So, okay. Up next is we've got Hammertime with Nico. So Nicolas Arias from Argentina is with us, and Nico, I'm giving it all to you.
Thanks, Scott. How are you guys? Good night.
Great to see you again.
It's we still got to get that sound for you, Nico. The drop from MC Hammer going Hammer Time. You come on.
How are you? Okay, late but sure. I'm here, and well, this night, as you know, we was working here in my home, so a few nights only with my scope or my binoculars. But this night, I was chasing and capturing the Leonard comet. So let me show some pictures that I get this week.
It's also the first day of summer for you, Nico.
Yes, today, and it was really hot this week here. Okay. So, well, this was my first comet at all. I used my equatorial mount with my 6-inch Newton, and as you know, I don't have a reflex camera or a big sensor camera, so I always use my UHY5, and so I have a lot of magnification, like 91 magnification. But anyway, I get really nice pictures. This was the first attempt, was a few nights ago. It was the first day that we can see that, and it was really low altitude, so it was really hard just trying to escape from the walls. And night by night, the comet was rising up. This is the capture of, this was 2 nights ago. It was a really nice, really better image than the first night. And this night, before preparing my dinner and go to eating, I left the scope and taking captures, and I'm now processing. So let me show these night pictures with maybe 20 altitude degrees, maybe, and it's another. It looks like a different comet.
Wow.
So this is the first stack.
Look at the detail.
Yeah, yes, it's a little camera, but it's really powerful. And this is the stack, and I was trying to make 2 different stacks to bring the stars one to another, and I get this one. This is I was stacking right now.
It's great.
So it's really fresh.
That's very nicely done.
Yeah, thank you, Adrian. This I think that we have a bigger expectation about this comet, because it was rising in magnitude, but we here in the southern hemisphere we always get the comets going down. So, but it was a really nice one, because I could observe it with my binoculars, with my Dobson, and even here in the city. So it was a funny night with the comets. So well, I didn't have a much material for tonight, so I was trading these captures from this week, and that's all, guys.
That's
Yep,
great.
it's not only it's great, unlike the last comet that graced our skies, southern hemisphere, it's now your turn to get as much as you can of that comet.
Yes, we need
it has come to you all
to get our best.
Yep.
And well, I cannot get a color image because as the comet moves so fast, when you look at the stars in a few minutes, and I get no time to give the change in the wheel filter and to get the channels was like an impossible work.
Yeah, well, still you've got something. I had a lot of clouds clouds or something else work-wise, anything that precluded my ability. It's the one time I wasn't able to capture something that was on the minds of all astronomers, but I figured I'll have to sit this one out because I knew a lot of other astrophotographers like yourself were going to take a shot at it, and that's a beautiful one. Okay. I even like the one where you've got the star. This is your composite, but you've got the one where you've got the comet and you've got the star trails that kind of shows you just how fast it's moving.
So
yes, it's amazing. This is like maybe 20 minutes.
Nico, what time are you able to image the comet? Is it after sunset or before sunrise?
No, we have here in the sunset, when the sun, the first days we was chasing with the binoculars the first stars, and this was even daylight, so it was really hard. And tonight we have more time because it's going up in altitude. Mm-hmm. So tonight I have like maybe half an hour of almost night sky.
Yeah. Is it to you, is it looking very low on the horizon, or is
Yes,
it?
yes. No,
It
no, it was really hard, and maybe tonight that was the night with the high altitude yet. It was like 20 degrees altitude, and with the walls and the city, I cannot see any stars there. So I start tracking in the area and waiting to the dark. It was really funny.
This one,
yeah,
this one's moving opposite of the way Comet Neowise did. I think you had the first shots of it, but then it rose higher in the northern skies just because of the way it was moving. So this one's doing the opposite for us.
Yeah.
And now it's going to go higher in the southern skies, which is nice. You'll be able to probably take some more shots before it finally starts disappearing on us. So
yes, because it's losing magnitude. It's going down in magnitude, but it's higher in the sky, so it's easily to watch and with the contrast of the sky. So let's hope this night we don't have clouds. It's cloudy now. We'll see tomorrow.
So when you are taking these images, is it just drifting through the field of your Dobsonian, or are you somehow guiding on the comet head?
No, for these special pictures, I cannot use the Dobson because the angle.
I see.
It was impossible to handle because I need to put the Dob at the top of something, and then it was afraid because the weight. So I use the 6-inch Newton with my equatorial mount, the old mighty equipment.
I see. Makes sense.
Yeah. Yes, I was to go to a farm or something with great skies and no city, but I was not able because my work, the family, and everything. I cannot travel these days. Okay, guys.
Well, I'm glad you're able to share your work with us on Global Star Party. So
yes, it was a very short presentation, but it was really great to get these images from these days, and
yes,
I love to share this with you.
Yes, we love it too. It's great. All right, okay. So that's Hammer Time with Nico right there. So that's
Thank
great.
you, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, and maybe I'll try to work on that T-shirt. Okay.
Oh yes, I need that.
I need one too.
All right, so Maxi Falaris is up next. I've also come up with a nice name for Maxi's time. It says astrophotography to the max. So,
it was a really good one.
So I know that you're friends with Nico and Cesar. It's great to have you guys on every Global Star Party. It's wonderful. So, how are things going? Are you also getting images of Comet Leonard?
Yes. Well, good night, everyone. I hope you're fine. Yes, we're having some lucky nights because even the moonlight of the full moon, we were able to watch with binoculars and telescope the comet Leonard, and also taking pictures. Like what every astrophotographer does. When you have to take pictures of a comet, you have to get maybe 3 or 2 minutes per picture and guiding and everything. But in this case, it's almost impossible because you have to put your gear if you disarm it like I do every time that you go outside. And then, well, trying to get the most appropriate to the polar alignment, and then, well, try to find the comet. But for example, here in my home, I at the end of the last week, I couldn't even watch it because it was really, really low. So I went to a place outside of the town and went with my binoculars, with my DSLR, but I almost fighting with mosquitoes. I was feeling like it was some car race crossing near by me, but it was the cloud of mosquitoes. And well, let me show you my screen. Okay, do you see it?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So basically, I started in the 15th of December. It was the most time that we calculate that we have to start to see it. But unfortunately, it was a really good, very clear skies. But the comet, I think it was almost up here, This is almost really, really down. I think the time that says the camera was 9 p.m. and 10 minutes. And, it's really brightening el crepúsculo that we call. You can see here is Venus.
There was no stars. There was
no at all.
really
I
hard.
was trying to get more exposure, but try to not get burn the images, and I couldn't find anything. So I grabbed my equipment, say goodbye to the mosquitoes, and went to my home. The next day, we had some almost bad weather, but this time we had some kind of lucky because the comet started to get it up, and it wasn't such a difference, let me show you some picture. Here's the same place that I went the another night. In this case, we have some really, this cloud, it was almost 300 kilometers from where I am. And you can see here, this is not the comet. This is the reflection of Venus. It's really brightening. But the comet, I think it was almost right there, I think, right by the clouds almost. But I could only take a single, some kind of stacking images manually, and then I found this kind of stars in Sagittarius, and here it's really blur. It's almost, you can see anything. This is a cropped image of my DSLR camera, and well, you can say, oh yeah, there's the Leonard comet, and now it was really, really, I don't want to say frustrating, but I was expecting much of that, and also I still fighting with the mosquito because I went to the same place. So the next,
they couldn't wait for you to come back.
No. Oh, here's Maxi. Here's come again. Let's get it.
let's get him.
Yeah. So the Friday, I was invited by Armando Sandanel and Rubén Verdugo. There was Armando is my teacher of physics, and they went to a place in another place of the city that we have also a clear horizon. And well, this is some pictures when we were disarming. We're in almost summer, but you can see we are covered with sweaters and long pants or jeans, because obviously the mosquitoes. So well, this is Armando Ruben. They was disarming a 150 refractor, and I only went with my Star Adventure mount and my DSLR camera, but in this case with a 70-200 objective that I put over there. So in this case, I could take pictures of the comet. This almost 50 seconds of pictures you can start to see here, and I don't know if you are seeing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we see it.
And it was really exciting because in this case we have more darkness, but obviously we have in our backs the almost the full moon. But with binoculars and telescopes, it was amazing to watch this. Almost at the afternoon, with the shining sun, you was almost able to see it with a telescope. We were watching it with a refractor of Armando. Hola. Hello.
I think you're.
We can
We're
hear you.
here. Can you hear us,
Oh,
Maxi?
yes, I can
Yeah.
hear.
The
there's
gremlins
some-
took over your internet for a few seconds, but I think
Yeah.
they have let it go.
It was the mosquitoes' revenge.
Yeah, the mosquitoes are still haunting you too, even
Well,
now.
This is, of course, the comet, and this, it wasn't an airplane. It wasn't a satellite. This was the International Space Station crossing over the the field of view of the camera. My app says that it's going to rising up, and when I see the where it's going to pass to cross over, I saw it was almost near of the comet. So I was, I think I have to take the picture. So this was the International Space Station. So in this case, I did a single video. I didn't stack anything because it wasn't very good images, but I did this video, this animation.
Oh yeah.
Of how it's moving it, but let me repeat it. And also is how it's going because of not the light pollution. This was almost at the horizon, and we have some kind of, I don't want to say fog, but almost, when you see it at the horizon, it's really gray, and also the moon stops. Well, it's going to decrease the brightness.
I think we
So
call
well,
it
I have
haze.
to. Oh, haze. Okay. So, well, I spent a couple days. I had to do some homeworks here because it was 3 days outside. My my fiance was not angry, but you're a lazy man. She said to me. But last Sunday, I grabbed my equipment in my backyard. I was really prepared, starting really early, and I put my equipment more in another place where I used to put it, and also put the mount more higher because I have my rooftop on my house, and at that time it was almost impossible to capture it. This is the preparation, you know. I put sometimes in this place and put higher the mount. So I put in this case my 8 inches reflector, my camera, everything. It wasn't possible to start to do some pictures, to do some guiding, and of course the sky was almost afternoon. But I started to do pictures like this. This was only 3 seconds, you know, but this is auto stretched. Let me reset it. So this is the real picture. And when you can see, I did a lot of pictures. I start to practice with the game, with the seconds, and trying to not get star trails for the time and everything. So almost, I think there was some this. You can see it is really dark, but when I get out of stretch, when I saw this, I say, "Oh man," you know. It was really I was really excited to
That's
get
great.
processed. So, well, I get my equipment inside almost 11 p.m. and then I start to remember the stacking and the processing of the comets, and I was almost at the 3 a.m. and well, and in this case I was practicing again. Here is the first picture, and I want to show you the movement that I have. This is a little animation, and you can see how it's moved the comet between the stars.
Oh yeah.
So I
It's
only,
interesting.
yeah, this is a really cool uh, process to get and see how it moves. Of course, if you have it with the star alignment, you're able to see only the comet moving, and then well, I started the processing. First of all, stacking doing the star alignment, then stacking the comet and get outing the stars, and you can see this is the stacking, you know, but the it isn't only this dot. If I stretch it, this is what I get. Let me, yeah. You know, in this case, start to see it with more details in details. Yeah.
Yes.
And you can see almost the stars.
You can see the ion tail pretty good, and the dust tail.
And also the core. It was, in this case, is really brighting, but if you reset it, the stretching, you will have here the comet. And of course, this is almost, oh no, sorry. Let me, yeah. So then I did the, let me, here. I did the star alignment, but in this case, try to get out the comet, and this is what I get. Well, you can see there isn't a comet, but then I integrated all these two integrations, different integrations, and this is what I get. And then you got the comet and the stars without star trails.
Right.
And then you start to do the processing that you must know. And then, well, this is a new one that I did almost a half an hour. But what I did, that I uploaded my Facebook page and Instagram page, I think it was, yes, you can see almost 4 a.m. that I finished. Yeah. This is the processing that I did. You can see here is the core, and also a coma and the tail. Well, but I want to do again the pre-processing to get in practice. So, do you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Excellent. So, well, this is my little presentation. I hope tomorrow, well, this afternoon, I only went outside with my 10 really old. There's my father that he got in a cell garage, and you know, it works really fine. And I was in my backyard watching, try to find Saturn, then some stars, and then, oh, there's the comet. I'm seeing the comet from my home with binoculars, you know. And unfortunately, the major city is starting to put a LED light in the street, but I hope they won't bother me. Well, thank you to everyone. Thanks again for inviting me, and of course, I hope you have a really good a Merry Christmas to all of you that want to celebrate, but also that ones who know that knows they have maybe a good contact with their family, and also wish you, to all of you, a happy new year. I hope the next year we get more more freedom of this situation.
Yes.
And well, and hope that we can still with good health. That's the almost important of all things. So thank you again, and
Thank
I see
you, Max.
you. I hope to see you next week.
Next
Sorry.
week. Next week.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, we'll have
Excellent
one
work,
more global star
Maxine.
party before the year is over. So
We have to do a Happy New Year star party. You know?
you can bring your own champagne or whatever
Yeah.
you'd like, you know, so or
global
mate
to make a
whatever.
toast, a virtual toast.
And make a toast. Okay. We'll
A
make
global,
a toast.
global
That'll be fun.
drunk party.
And now that was the after.
Yeah, we should probably be careful drunk stargazing or drunk online.
Yeah,
may
as long as
not
you're
be so
broadcasting
good.
from home, then you're
Then
okay.
it's at least
right?
it's safer. Yep.
Yeah, but
True.
you know, for some people, the focusing might actually improve.
Just say
It helps me with the
point.
double stars.
There's more double stars than I remember seeing. We'll have
Right.
to report them all. I didn't know
Okay.
Duvet was a double star.
It's not.
It might actually. I have to be careful because I know a lot of stars really are double stars. We just don't see them.
Yeah, I think maybe most
visually.
stars have
I think most
double
stars, so that
triples.
it's just easier to see them that way.
I think you can measure it.
Okay, so let's move on to Conal Richards. Conal has not been on to our program for a while. Conal, how are you?
I'm doing very well, Scott. How are you?
Great, great. And thanks, Maxie. Thanks again for coming on. That's great.
Thank you.
Yeah, good to see everyone. It has been some time.
Yes, it has. It has. Tell us, catch us up. What's been going on in your life?
I've been pretty busy. So I'm an aerospace major at Penn State now, and I've been
Oh,
getting
wow.
involved with some of the university activities there. Now, they do have an astronomy club, and unfortunately, I haven't had the time to join. But in the meantime, I've joined the caving club, and they have access to some other organizations that let us into some fun underground places. So if I can't look up at the stars, I'll just go the opposite direction and go underground. So that's kind of what I've been doing lately. I've been doing Air Force ROTC. That's given me some additional classes. So I'm still keeping close enough to the space realm if I can't have my telescopes and books and everything there with me.
Well, I have to do this. There's a war cry at Penn State. I think you all. It starts with "We are."
I've heard that.
So when I go "We are," you get to go Penn State. I was waiting on you to say that.
I wondered if this was some kind of Michigan rebuttal. You know, there's feelings are still hurt after what happened a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, we're and really quickly, yeah, we're more focused on Georgia now. It's the furthest the football team has gone in years. But I missed out on doing aerospace engineering there with my love of the stars. I would have loved to have used the equipment the University of Michigan has there. And no doubt Penn State has some state-of-the-art astronomy infrastructure there as well. So yay for the football team. We barely got by you guys, but now we have to move on.
Yes.
That was indeed a tense one. Yeah.
All right, Conal. So we didn't get much of a chance to chat, but I was really glad to see you come in. And what will your presentation be on today?
Well, when I saw your presentation title about breaking the boundaries in space exploration and astronomy, a lot of the focus this week is on James Webb. And when we think of breaking boundaries in astronomy, we think of all of these big, colossal achievements that have been made, some of the large firsts that have impacted the entire astronomical community. But when I read that, something I thought of would be a lot of the firsts that I've had in astronomy and some personal, I guess, boundaries that I've broken in developing my interest in the stars and kind of exploring the hobby as I got new equipment and got new skills and gained some experience as I was going along.
Right.
So to tell that story and share some of my experiences, I have a folder here of images that I'd like to share. And I'd like to preface that by saying in the first year or two when I was working in amateur astronomy and kind of exploring the hobby, one of the questions I found myself asking a lot as I found new targets and looked for new things, I always wondered what it would look like. I didn't really know what to expect. I wasn't sure, would the deep sky objects be big and bright with tons of detail? Would they be really small and fuzzy? What would I be able to see on the planets? What could I see on the moon? And it really took some exploring myself to figure out what my equipment could do and how I could build my skills up to see even more with the equipment that I had. So I'll share my screen in just a moment. But in summary, what I'd like to share with everyone today is some of what you can see starting out with very moderate equipment, some modest beginnings in amateur astronomy, and kind of learning your way around. So I'll share my screen here. And can you see that folder there?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. So I could start my story, my presentation here with an image from my first night observing. This on the right here is my blue 6-inch reflector. It was the first day I could get that out, or the first night, I suppose. about a week after I pulled it out of the box, and I was just thrilled. I was talking to everyone about it, including my neighbor, who came by and set up a 6-inch D&D refractor, which was just stunning to look through. But of course, I was focused on, you know, the equipment that I just gotten and kind of exposing that to the stars and seeing what new things I could find in this new hobby. So this is where the journey began. I have my telescope there, still the original finder scope on that, and a little cardboard box of the eyepieces that came with it. So they were some modest beginnings, but I was really excited to get out there and explore what the sky had to offer. Now, one of the first targets I came by would be the moon. And this here is a close-up of an image I took, I think it was just with my phone early on, of the moon. Right here is the crater Copernicus. I think it's about 120 kilometers in diameter. So you're seeing these massive objects, but still you can see these ridges inside. It's kind of a tiered crater. You can see some peaks in the center. Up here, you see those peaks a little better in Eratosthenes and the mountain range we have here. And then there's all this debris surrounding Copernicus of things that have been blown out and didn't make it as far as some of the other particles in the ray system. And all of this was being, you know, soaked into my eyeball through some very simple eyepieces and the equipment I'd just taken out of the box. This had to be taken on one of my first nights of observing. And it was so rewarding that I wanted to take it all down and share it with everyone. And again, like I said, I wasn't really sure what I could see, but this was just a 6-inch telescope. And here I was looking at 6 or 7 ridges, kind of stepping down into the floor of Copernicus crater, and then these peaks in massive craters and mountain ranges all around. It was really quite stunning. And after that, I had to move my gaze a little bit farther out. And again, I share these images. They're not stunning. They're nothing, you know, groundbreaking. But for me at the time, they were personal breakthroughs. This is an image of Jupiter through a yellow filter. I can't remember exactly the Ratten number. I think it was a number 12. But if I zoom in here, it's a little tricky to see, but you can see the north and south equatorial belts and maybe just some darkening at the poles there. But I was trying to take pictures just with my phone of the moons around Jupiter and what you could see on there. And it was really quite a milestone for me to see those first bands. So to anyone out there who is exploring astronomy for the first time, or they're getting out there, Jupiter is a wonderful first target. And I really had some joy exploring that. And I still do to this day. There's always something to offer there. This was an image taken the same night as the Jupiter picture I showed you earlier. We have 3 of the moons kind of wrapping themselves around the bulging equator of the planet because it spins so fast. Jupiter is just overwhelmingly bright, and it's kind of flooding my little phone camera with all this bright exposure, but not quite enough to knock out those moons. And that was something I was really excited to see. Over my first couple observations of Jupiter, I eventually saw all 4 moons. And that's one of the first really fun things that you can see if you're starting out in astronomy, especially as a young person like myself who was just looking into this hobby for the first time after being interested from reading some books. Now, again, here we have the next gas giant in line, number 6. This is Saturn. And I don't know how I managed to get this, but I found that I could actually photograph some of the moons. So I think we have Titan here, Mimas and Dione, I think they were some of the others, and Tethys, I think, was the other one. And I don't know exactly which ones they are here. Titan, of course, would be the brighter one. But that was something really rewarding that I was able to see through not only just a phone camera, but after straining my eyeball, after getting some newer eyepieces and practicing my skills a little bit better, I was able to look close to Saturn, just behind that little exposed oval, and see some of its smaller and dimmer moons. Now that was something very rewarding. And again, it builds on these skills. This is all done by pretty much the same equipment, but seeing Saturn and its rings like you see here, and the moons, these were some of the first things that I saw, and they were really exciting to share with everyone. So again, I would encourage to anyone new to astronomy, the planets make great first targets. They're bright, easy to find. And the closer ones like Jupiter and Saturn, those gas giants, they just have so much to offer in terms of detail, especially in terms of watching the moons go around. Now, this image was taken a little bit later on in my astronomical career. In fact, just this year. This was that partial solar eclipse that some of us in North America saw. And I managed to get up and get a spot right through the clouds here. You can see just that little oval of the moon kind of budging in and taking a chunk out of the sun there. And it brought back some memories of the 2017 eclipse, which I did see in totality. And I have an image of that a little bit later on here. But again, this was something that I saw with those solar glasses, which you do have to be careful with. You have to make sure you have the right ones. But they are essentially solar filters in the form of eyeglasses, eclipse glasses, they're typically called. And I put those on that morning, and this was only 5 or 10 degrees above the horizon as the sun was coming up and this eclipse was finishing out. But it was really beautiful to see that chunk taken out of the sun and watch the moon grazing by, bringing back some memories of my first solar eclipse. Now, next in line, I have that eclipse image, like I said. This was something really stunning that I managed to see in the 6-inch reflector. My family traveled down to Georgia to see this, and we were right in totality. A little over 2 minutes and 30 seconds it was for this eclipse.
Yeah.
And this is a close-up image of the moon during totality. And I couldn't get all the details yet. My skill with the camera wasn't quite there. But you can see if you look around the limb of the moon here, it is quite bumpy. You can see where the craters and mountains and rills are kind of creating this uneven, but very close to perfect disk. But anyway, you see through here, there's these little pink spots. And in the telescope, when I was looking at this, they were these huge arches, these huge prominences branching off of the sun. And you can also see up here at the north and south poles of the sun, you have all this energy coming out and coming from the magnetic field, exciting these photons and creating these huge bands. It looked like maybe something you'd see in a movie or a space documentary about a black hole, even though it was just our sun. And a lot of people I know who've seen total solar eclipses say it's one of the darkest things you can see, just obscuring all the light from the sun and letting you see that really beautiful corona. Now, again, this was in 2017, a little more than a year after I'd gotten my first telescope in April of 16. So this was a really new experience for me, and it was quite exciting after I'd only spent about a year under the stars, kind of watching the seasons go around for one rotation. Now, later on, I started photographing with the DSLR and I started sketching, and my ability started to improve. So I was frustrated maybe at times when I was starting out in astronomy. I didn't know how to do this or that or what I could see. But later on, Mars became one of my favorite targets. I remember I tried to see it at the opposition in 16 and 18, and I couldn't really get much detail out of the planet, but I upgraded some eyepieces and kept training my eye on different planets. And I don't know why this image is coming up blurry here, but this was a nightscape that I took, and Mars is very bright there. This was in October or November of last year. And I had some time after taking some sketches at the telescope to bring out my DSLR and get a beautiful picture showing how bright Mars was against the fall background stars. It was really something spectacular to look in my telescope and see all this detail and lean back in my chair and see how incredible Mars was. Here again is Mars next to the moon. This was kind of a close-up shot I got. The moon is near full. It looks like it's I want to say a waning gibbous here. Yes, north would be this way. So this is probably just a day after the full moon. Mars is not too far from the moon right there. That's probably, well, maybe 90 arc seconds or so. And one of the first things that I found surprised me in astronomy was the scale of everything. If I'm looking through my telescope, say I'm looking at the Ring Nebula, that is 2,000 light years away. And meanwhile, there are stars in the Milky Way much closer to us that are only maybe tens or hundreds of light years away and so much closer. But you don't see that scale in the eyepiece unless you think about it and consider the objects you're looking at. So the moon here, that average is about 250,000 miles from us. And Mars, during this opposition, around the time this was taken, had to be, I want to say 50 or 60 million miles away. So there's orders of magnitude in terms of distance between these two objects. And yet there they are right in my camera focused together. It was really quite spectacular. And it taught me one of the first lessons in astronomy, that being the concept of scale and how crazy it was to look across the cosmos and see so many different things. Now, something many astronomers are fond of and should be fond of is good note-taking and sketching. In fact, right here, I have my notebook next to me and my sketchbook as well. And here was what I was working on during that Martian opposition. You can see here, and I'll show the sketch in a little bit, there's Syrtis Major, and I have my red flashlights out. And I was trying to show people not just what comes out of the eyepiece, but what I'm doing while I'm looking at that. So this was a book I was using kind of as a guide to the moon and Mars when I was making some of these sketches and photographs. I have my eyepiece case right there. And I found that it really impressed some people to see you know, what really goes into an astronomical sketch. It's not just something that's coming out, it's something you get to sit down and enjoy. And that really encouraged a lot of people to explore astronomy for themselves. And it also works as a great outreach tool to share not only what you're doing, but how you're doing it and how accessible that is. Again, here's that sketch you saw after I scanned it. There's Sirius Major there. There's the South Pole, which I was able to watch kind of shrink as spring came around in the southern hemisphere of Mars during that opposition. It was really quite incredible. And up here in these deserts where a lot of the dust has been stripped away, you can see there's some clouds I drew or some dust. I couldn't really tell what it was, but again, that's part of the exploration involved in amateur astronomy. Now, after this, I have some more DSLR images to share as I played around with Mars and capturing the stars. It was my first time being able to do this. So I experienced a similar learning curve here as with the telescope. You can see there's a little bit of noise in the image. It wasn't quite focused as I was learning how to do this. But this was Mars as it was passing right by the Pleiades star cluster. And it looked absolutely stunning in binoculars. And it was something I wanted to capture and get in the books to share with family and friends and encourage people who were in a similar position like I was in 2016, starting on in astronomy and wondering what they could see. Now, the answer to that is so many stars like this. This is my first astrophoto here. And then if you think about the Mars and Pleiades, there are many close pass-bys that you can see and kind of conjunctions, or perhaps like the Christmas conjunction last year. Now, as I said, these images are not always the greatest because they're many of my first, but I think it's really spectacular to know that you can capture, and I'm living in a suburban area, capture things like the Orion Nebula here, the color of Betelgeuse up here. There's a number of asterisms throughout Orion. There's Orion's belt. There's that S curve right in the middle of his belt. So there's so much that you can see just through binoculars. And I think a camera represents that pretty well, especially if you're looking at some of the beginner images like I have here. Now I'm going to skip ahead just a little bit. This was one of the first images of the Andromeda galaxy I was able to get. This was during the fall. I waited till Andromeda came up high. In fact, for my specific location, it passes directly overhead, even though it is a massive object. It does that for a couple of places, I'm sure. But this I found closely represents what it looked like in my first binocular view. I remember I think it was the spring of 2016, and I was up. I'd done this huge observing run with my telescope, and eventually some dew was building up on the optics. So I brought them inside, and I do live in a humid area. But still inside and completely clear, I had a pair of binoculars I was borrowing from a neighbor of mine. They were some 11 by 70s. And it had to be about 3 or 3:30 in the morning. I put my elbows down on the railing of the deck and sat down and stared straight at Andromeda for the first time. I had no idea what I would see, if I would see it at all. And there it was, this little nucleus. And I think it's 2 or 3 degrees of nebulosity stretching out. In some darker locations, people have said they can see spiral arms or some slight hints of that in larger telescopes. But it was really beautiful to see that through binoculars for the first time. And I would suggest the Andromeda Galaxy as a great target for first-time observers or people trying to find their way in the hobby. It is such a spectacular target that I still come back to every now and then, eventually coming to see the dwarf galaxies as well. That was something really special. So next up, I have some of my later progression in astronomy. You can see my astrophotos got a little bit better, and I even had some luck with this one, capturing a meteor. I think this was during the Pearson meteor shower. This would have been in 2020. You can see it's coming straight up off of the northern horizon, and you can see where it kind of comes in and then really burns for a little bit as I was taking that exposure. So these meteor images, they always take a little bit of luck to capture, but the stars are more focused in this image. And I found in looking at this that I was really proud of the progress I had made since starting out looking through a telescope and trying to figure out what was what on Jupiter or perhaps the moon, and later moving on to take pictures of meteors passing by. And to close us out here, hope this will play. I have a little bit of a time lapse that I took. This is looking due north. You can see Polaris is here and Kochab is here in Ursa Minor, our pole constellation in the north. And I took a little bit of a time lapse. I like seeing the trees blow in the breeze and airplanes come by, satellites. I looked into this in the past. I think I got a meteor on one of the slides, but I'm not sure. It depends on how many images I took. But my message to people new to astronomy, especially younger astronomers like myself when I was starting out, I would say that there's so much to see if you put your mind to it and invest some time into it to build your skills. I heard you speaking earlier about how much you could say for building up your skills, even if you had the nicest telescope, the most money that you could put into your gear. There really is something to be said for a good book now and then, or a magazine, or spending some time out with just a pair of binoculars, building up your skill set. So that's something I would very much encourage for younger astronomers and people starting out, and to not be discouraged by what they may or may not see. There really is quite a lot to see if you put your mind to it and keep imaging and sharing and speaking with other observers. So thank you very much.
That's awesome. Yeah, a great presentation, Conal. Really, I'm happy to have you on every time. Your presentation style is very professional. I love how you encourage beginners to get involved, so showing your first efforts and what that feels like, is, it certainly reminds me of, my first experiences of seeing M13 float into the field of view by accident and, finding the Orion Nebula and all of these things. And once you see a deep sky object, man, you just want to go from, okay, what else can I find? What else can I find? And so it's just, it's thrilling. And, I certainly found myself out every partly clear night. And of course, every clear night, if it wasn't raining. And there, sometimes I have a story of course, when it was raining and I just had to get out to go see Halley's Comet and I got lucky. So, those kinds of things can happen. But
if I may share a quick story, something to be said for keeping your mind and putting in that effort for astronomy, even when you're later on in the hobby, it's not always the best effort. So yesterday I was out for a hike with a friend of mine and we were coming back to our cars around sunset and I could see Venus. I knew Comet Leonard was up and I hadn't seen it yet. So he said, here's a really good location with a good western horizon. You can see the sun setting and get some of Comet Leonard. Now I'd put my binoculars in the back of the car. I knew we had some clear skies and I wasn't quite sure what I'd get, but I ended up with this, which is a napkin sketch of the comet and some of its coma bending away from the sun.
Yeah, that's cool.
A napkin and a pen from the glove box were the equipment I used. And still, it's one of my best experiences so far. So it doesn't matter what you're using. It's all about the experience.
That's right. Yeah. And so your equipment cost was very low, but the experience, payback was huge. So that's great.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Conal. Thanks for your inspiration. And
thank you very much.
On Global Star Party again. Okay, so we are going to move on. We're going back up to Canada with Steve Malia from Ontario Telescope. And Steve was kind enough to come back. He's been on and off Global Star Party, but he was reminding me about the marathon event that we held a year ago, right?
Yep, today, a year ago today.
Right. And so that was, it was, it was pretty awesome. We got up very early in the morning to capture astronomers in the Philippines and in Asia, and then moved around the world as we followed the great conjunction that was going on during that time.
Yeah, that was quite an event. I got back to my shop, I think at 3 o'clock in the morning. So for you, it was 2 o'clock in the morning, and we had started off with David Levy and Christopher Go. And that was our first glimpse of the conjunction. Christopher Go was live streaming as well. So, and then we went, 18, 19 hours. I think I go home about 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah, that was a marathon Global Star Party. Yeah, it was tiring, but it was really fun and thrilling.
It was a rush.
So,
it was a rush. I remember, Scott, I remember you telling me what your plans were, and I'm on the phone, I'm talking with you, and I'm like, well, Scott, if you're doing that, I have to be part of it too. I'm going to do the whole thing, right? And that was an event. it came up in my Facebook memories today that it had happened, and the whole broadcast is there. So if anyone wants to go back and watch the 19 hours or so, you can. If
There's
it's cloudy
actually some pretty great images coming across live. So
yeah, there was some great images. There was some really good discussion. It really felt like a family coming together and around the holidays and talking about their experiences and what they do and how they observe and the outreach that they do and what everything means to them. And it was just amazing to see this all happening in different parts of the world. And this is always something that I have said, when I was the president of my Arias Center, and the message that I always like to give out was, the stars are the same no matter where you are in the world, right? And so you can travel around, you can have a conversation with someone, look at the same object, you might, or star constellation, star pattern, whatever, and it's the one of the few constants that don't change, right? That can easily bring people together, right? And sure. I think now, well, in any time period, really, that's something that's really important to keep in mind and to reflect on how something as simple as astronomy. I say simple. There's nights that I know it's not.
Well,
but even looking up and how that can bring people together and share a common bond where you might not think that a common bond exists. So that's one of the reasons why I love astronomy. But this past year, Scott, I was saying, I was trying to think, what am I going to talk about today? It's been incredibly busy at Ontario Telescope, which I'm extremely grateful for. And the year has turned out to be pretty good too. I was honestly very concerned as a business owner, right? Knowing the effects that there have been on supply chain and equipment manufacturers and the economy itself, right? People have had a rough go the past year and a half. What that's going to mean for business. So it means having to get creative and look for new ways of keeping things moving and engaging with an audience and engaging with your customers and attracting new customers into not just customers that are in the hobby or in the industry that are necessarily buying from someone else, but also just getting more people into the hobby in general. And it's sort of like the next generation of astronomers, I think, is really, really important. Conal, watching your presentation, it was really exciting to see your progression in astrophotography and astronomy, and then even pulling out a napkin and a pen to get the comet, I think, is absolutely amazing. I think back at some of the early images I've seen were actually sketches, and this goes back to a few years ago. I was fortunate to be in Dublin, Ireland at the Leviathan telescope, 72-inch reflector, massive telescope. It's beautiful.
Yes.
And then I was able to get into the museum and walk around. And for some reason, I wasn't charged admission, but I wasn't complaining. And to see some of the sketches of M51, right? And this was the first view that people had of this magnificent galaxy that's out there, right? Which for me has always been a personal favorite because it just looks so majestic in these two galaxies colliding. And to think that it's so far away, I think 51 million light years away, to be able to image that as a sketch and to share that, I think is amazing. So, to do the same thing with a comet, I think comets are absolutely, I haven't been able to see Comet Leonard yet because of my weather situation, but I think to be able to, for anyone to be able to see a comet, no two comets are ever going to be the same, and no experience is going to be necessarily the same. I remember the first comet I ever imaged from my back deck was actually, it just looked like a green ball. I don't remember which one it was, but it was just a green ball. But the fact that I had a green ball in my camera was exciting. And then I think back last year with that big one, Quick, someone help me out here.
Comet
In the summer.
C2020
Neowise.
F3
That's
Neowise.
it, Neowise. Thank you very
Lovejoy.
much.
Yes.
You know, that was exciting to see because, you know, hopefully in our lifetimes we'll be able to see a beautiful naked eye comet like that again. I remember waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning and dragging my youngest son out. He wanted to go, so it wasn't really a punishment or anything. But he, we went hunting for this thing. We found a clearing and we were able to find it with a pair of binoculars, and it was really, really cool. The next day, I decided I was going to go out again because the weather was going to be good. And I literally walked out my front door, and there it was in front of my house. It's like it was perfectly positioned just for me. And that experience is unlike any other comet that I've been able to see as well. So the fact that we have a comet now, which I would like to get to see sometime, I think is absolutely amazing. And I think these are the type of things that help attract more people into the hobby and to see the beauty of astronomy and what it is. It's always ever changing. You know, this past year has been interesting. I don't know, many people know this that are on the call. Gary Palmer and I have been working together actually quite actively for the past year with courses and such. And Gary, I think everything's going well so far with that, right?
Yeah.
We're still talking, right?
Ticking along, everything's tickety-boo. Yeah, lots of happy customers.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's just a matter of sharing the information that's there, right? And getting people into the right into a right start. And you know, there's a lot of misinformation out there and some really good information, but you know, it was, again, you know, from talking as a dealer, like how are we going to engage another audience? How are we going to keep people interested in the hobby? Is like, oh, let's teach them, right? Let's show them good information on how to get an image, how to get how to collect data to get an image. And you know, Gary's been absolutely fantastic in working with him in doing that. And Gary, thank you very much for everything, obviously.
No problem. It's been
Gary and I, we've been
really
friends for a while.
enjoyable. And I think what is really nice is when the customers are coming back, you're seeing the same customers come back time and time again. So that gives you that thing where you know that you've put the information across well, or you're seeing the images sent to you.
Yeah, that's really cool too. I get an excited email a couple days later and say, "Hey, Steve, look this image I got because of what I learned from one of the workshops." And I think that's just fantastic because it ignites a bit of a fire in somebody, and then you know they share that with someone else, and that someone else is going to say, "Hey, maybe I should get a telescope too," right? And it goes from there. Whether they buy it from me, which would be great, or you know that they just buy one in general to get into the hobby. I think that's what helps move things along, and bring in that next generation of astronomer into the hobby. One of the things for me, I'll be honest, I've never really thought of, and I'm not going to do it now because it's just, I don't like the cold. I don't like to be outside. Is getting into solar astronomy, and sitting in on some of Gary's workshops that he's done has really got me interested in it. So that's probably something that for myself I'm going to try next year as well. And you know, at least I know who I can go to if I need help. So
the beauty with solar is you keep warm.
That's true. Yeah.
That's the real beauty with solar imaging is you keep warm. Yeah, you can see what you're doing.
Yeah.
But no, it's just fun doing solar.
It works well with my sleep schedule right now too. So that's always a bonus. But you know, I'd like to share a few images if I can. You know, I started this past year. I started a let me share my screen here. I always had this, but I never used it. I started my own Instagram page a little while back, just to share what I had, and I had no intentions of doing anything other than saying, "Hey, these are my pictures." And all of a sudden, I got more and more followers every day. I guess it's all how you use a hashtag, and so I've been putting up my images in the past that I've taken the past year or so, and processing them out. Some of them I'm pretty happy with. Other ones I'm probably going to go back to them. Scott, do you remember this picture?
Yes, I do.
Nope.
Yes,
I wasn't
do.
supposed to be in this picture until you called me over. I didn't feel right cleaning in because I wasn't one of the vendors at AIC. And
Oh,
he
that's
said,
cool.
nonsense, get in here. So I jumped in. But that was a great day. I'm waiting for the day that we can go back to that event because that was really, really good, and quite enjoyed being at AIC and seeing everyone. That was a couple of years ago now. You know, talking earlier about M51. This is my my M51 attempt. There wasn't a whole lot of data that was done there, but you know, it was a nice image. I was able to take that from my light polluted sky in my backyard. You know, we Scott, you and I, we have a mutual acquaintance, if you will. I know you guys do a lot of business with Canadian Tire, and
Sure.
Canadian Tire is right in my backyard, and they have this massive warehouse with a lot of lights, and I
Oh,
hate
the
it.
ton of lights. Oh, yeah.
That's probably where all your stuff is. That's being distributed
Right. Yeah,
But
I need to talk to him about the lights. So
if you wouldn't mind, that'd be great.
yeah, yeah.
I would appreciate that. It's on until 3 o'clock in the morning, but whatever. But yeah, so you know, my M51, and this has always been. You know, I mentioned earlier about seeing those sketches at the Leviathan telescope at Burr Castle, and you know, I've always been mesmerized by this galaxy and just the beauty of it. It's such a simple spiral, but what it's doing and the fact that it's so far away with 51 million light years, it just boggles my mind that beauty of that just comes through still, and we can experience that. So you know, not to get nostalgic or anything on it. It's just one which I suffer from a lot, but it's just one of those things I just enjoy seeing. Talking about Neowise, that was a
Oh, that's
a
a
quick
nice
snap. I
shot.
took Neowise, and that was literally like right off my my driveway. I stepped outside, and there it was between two
There it
houses across the
was.
road.
That's awesome.
And I rushed inside, and I grabbed my wife and kids out of bed in the morning. So you got to see this, because really, when else would you see something like that? It was, and I remember it vividly. It's seared right in my head that of seeing that comet and such a long tail as it was, and it reminded me back in '97, May of 1997, Hale-Bopp, which was another beautiful comet to watch. And I you know, a lot of people have their experiences with Halley's Comet, and immediately last time Halley's Comet was here, I think I was a little too young to really understand the impact of it and the significance. But Hale-Bopp to me was a big experience, and I was able to share that with some special people in my life at the time. It was just a beautiful thing because it just sat there for so long. It was big and slow, and it was awesome. One of the things I really like about astrophotography is the fact that you get this beautiful picture and you can share it around. But something I want to show is, in particular, is this one, right? And this is one I'm really proud of. And it's not really something that I didn't even take this picture. This was a picture taken by my son, right?
Oh, wow.
He's 14, and he came with me onto one of my imaging trips in this past summer. And we set him up with some gear. He knows someone who can set him up nicely, and I showed him a few things, and he goes and completely outdoes me for the weekend and gets this.
Wow.
And
super.
This is probably one of my most favorite pictures of Andromeda that I've seen, just because of the detail and the color that pops out. Now he did have some help with the processing, and but you know, it all comes down to he put the work in and the patience, and he got some fantastic data out of it to get such a nice image. I think the colors just really pop. So, you know, to me, this is the beauty of astrophotography, and being able to share what's there and see the beauty of it. You know, again, you know, talk about beauty of what's there. This is the Elephant Trunk Nebula, much like the image behind me. That's the wide field shot. This is an early attempt that I had at it just in hydrogen alpha, but I just think that just off my back deck to be able to capture such a beautiful image of such detail of something that you can't see with your own eyes, right? Even though it's there. So I think that's really cool. But with this is my reflection for the past year of being able to see some amazing things and get some share this experience with others. I think it is just as important as being able to go out and get them yourself. Really quickly, finally, I'd like to share this last picture. A lot of this is also on my AstroBin account as well. Instagram did a real number on beating this picture up with its compression. But Scott, this was actually taken from Virtual Star Party #2.
Oh, wow.
And this is
when you were live imaging. Yeah, that was great.
Live imaging that night. The number, I don't remember everyone that was on the Star Party that night, but I think there was about a dozen of us or so, and we're all taking turns talking and showing what we had. And I think we're all trying to image the same target at the same time. So I was able to do this from my backyard. And actually, I printed this off at my shop. We have some big printers there. I printed it off as a poster, a little larger than poster size, and it's hanging on my wall. And people walk in and think, "Wow, that's amazing! Like, who took that?" And I tell them I did, and I did it right from my backyard here in town.
Yeah.
And they're amazed that you can get such a beautiful picture from a light polluted sky. Now, I didn't tell them all the equipment that I used in order to get it either. It was rather expensive equipment, but I think the shot can be taken with even the modest of equipment as well, and I put some work into it to get a beautiful image. But yeah, I wanted to share that. This is back from Virtual Star Party #2. Looking forward to the new year. Being able to get out more. I know there's some new equipment that's probably coming down the pipe that I'm really excited to see and to get my hands on. The 2022 I think is gonna hopefully be a breakout year for astronomy. Hopefully all the equipment starts flooding in and we can get it into the hands of people. It's not stuck on a ship somewhere off a coast.
Right. Yeah.
Like we're all experiencing right now. But that's my I guess that's my reflection for the year. And Scott, thanks for messaging me today and asking me to come on, because my head hasn't been in the game all that much, just trying to keep the business moving.
I know you've been busy. I know that you started operating your business. You were working 2 jobs, and then you were able to focus in just on Ontario telescopes. So, again, congratulations for that success in your business. And
that was, I forgot about that. That was actually, I don't want to say a negative thing. It was a positive thing all around, being able to leave my full-time job after 17 years. I knew what I was getting into, but you're still walking completely into the unknown.
Yeah,
right?
You are walking off a cliff. I know when I opened Explore Scientific, the same.
But it's so exciting at the same time, right? Like what the possibilities are and where it can take you. And I think, well, where's it taken me in the past 6 months? Well, I've met some great people, right? I've had some excellent experiences. I've let creative juices flow and done some other things like working with Gary, right? Scott, you and I have talked about certain things. Yeah. My other company, Starfield, right? I've been developing that and building that up, right? So yeah, it's really exciting. I will admit, the first week after being on my own, like, what did I do?
Yeah, did I just?
Hopefully my former boss isn't watching this. Just like, I got you.
Well, Steve, I'll tell you just from experience that those moments never quite go away. Okay. But,
oh, I know. Yeah.
You know, but, you know, it's great. It's great that you've done it. And, you know, I wish you all the best. So
I greatly appreciate that, Scott. And thanks for having me on again this evening.
Anytime.
And asking me to come on. So,
yeah. Thanks, Steve. Okay.
Thank you.
So,
by the way, Steve, I just started following you on Instagram. So you just gained another follower.
Appreciate that, Adrian. Thank you very much.
Me too.
Oh, excellent. I'm going international.
There you go. Scott, are you there?
here we go. Yeah, I'm going to show an image that was just emailed to me from Richard Lighthill.
Oh, wow.
This is, let me give some details here. This was a 80 millimeter f5.6 refractor and Canon T3i camera, ISO setting at 1600, a 30-second exposure. This is a single shot cropped to about 25% of the frame. I asked Richard if he'd come onto the program, but he says, go ahead and show the image if you like. Suffice to say, I just got lucky and was imaging shortly after it bloomed. I wanted to take some more shots and stack them, but it dropped below the observatory wall. It seemed to me that the core of the comet must have been rotating to create the twisting in the tail. So really nice shot, Richard, and you know, congratulations. So I'll come back here. So anyhow, our next speaker is Gary Palmer, all the way over in the UK. He was on the last Global Star Party. It's great to see you back on again tonight.
Hi, Scott. Hi,
yeah. Yep. And so I'm glad you're working with Steve Malia. He's also one of the good guys out there in our community. So,
yep.
Of which we will certainly add you to that list. Yeah. Gary, so last time you came on, you showed us how to process Comet Leonard, which was awesome.
Yep.
And so what have you got tonight?
Haven't had anything else on the Comet, really, just due to weather.
Sure.
And I really need to go up the mountain a little bit, and it's got to be a bit clearer to do that. Yeah, so I've just not got round to it. And I think it's going to be one of those ones that's looking like it's going to disappear before we get anything else on it, which is a shame, but that's the way it goes. Just going to swap my screens around a little bit. So what I thought I would do is, I didn't see the earlier part of the Star Party, but I think Jason did some stuff on solar. But I did manage to do some solar work a couple of days back and got an image up, which was a small mosaic, really, of the whole active area running across the sun. So I thought we'd have a look at processing that up as it's a mosaic, run through how we get them together and get them all aligned. Yeah, really is the easiest way around it. So I will share a screen up to start with. There we go. Okay, so these are the videos that make up the section across the sun. What I was sort of noticing was it was a little bit out of place on the first couple. They had some nice detail, but it was a little bit out on the rushing it around. So if we look at the video that was recorded in the main area, for December, the scene's actually pretty good. Here we're really, really low on the sun in mid-December, so was quite happy with that. But anyway, starting off with the processing side, I'm just going to move this out of the way, make things a bit neater. Processing them up is fairly straightforward. I use Auto Stack at 2. I know Auto Stack at 3 is out, but I do find if the sun's wobbling around a little bit, it can mess up the stacks on the images. So we load the file in, just drop it in. Click on Improve Tracking, click on Global, yeah, for the frame alignment. And I normally have a robust of somewhere around 5 on this sort of image. On the frame slider at the top of the image window, yeah, slide that across, really until you find a steady frame. That's what you're looking for. So somewhere around there, click on Analyze. Depending on the speed of your computer, it's fairly quick.
So this is just stacking the one video, right? You don't
Just
have
stacking the one video, and you follow the
Okay.
same process for however many videos you've got. Yeah. Once we've got that across, then we're going to need to put some alignment points on here. For this scale of image, I'm going to use 104. Just place those on the grid by clicking the button, and then we need to look at the amount of frames. So we've got 2,000 frames there. Not the sun's not in the best position, so we're not going to stack loads and loads. Sometimes less is more. Yeah, if you get lots of frames that are hit and miss, then you can get some issues with it. So sometimes you're better off running down. So we're just going to stack 250 frames out of the 2,000 captured, and they are all in high bit mode, so they're in 16-bit mode off of the camera. So these video files actually equate to about 20 gigabyte for each one. They're fair sized files, even though they're not that long. So we're going to stack these. Before I stack them, I open up Registax for the sharpening. And then under the more file options, yeah, we have it clicked to go into Registrax straight from this program when it's finished. Away it goes.
So you've got it picking 250 of the best frames based
Yeah,
on the reference frame you picked.
I really pay no interest to the quality graph on the program.
Okay.
I've had this down at 25% on the quality and still had really nice images out of it.
Okay.
And if you get a bit of high cloud floating around, the quality level is going to drop, but the sun's quite bright, so you're still going to get a fairly reasonable image out of it. So if we open up Registax, that's the image come through. I normally go somewhere around initial layer 2 at this sort of resolution. So we click on initial layer, bring it up to 2, and then I just use layer 2. Layer 1's always quite noisy. So the key thing with this, so if we go there, we've gone too far. So I'll just do a dual so you can see what goes on.
Oh, wow.
That's just processed too much. Yeah, it's we want it a lot softer than that. And it's going to allow for the mosaic to go together a lot better. So we're going to bring it down a little bit. You do see lots of images. I see a lot of nice data online. You just look at them and go, wow, that's so over-processed. If you just be a little bit more gentle in this area here. Sometimes you might look at it and go, we need to go to initial layer 1. Yeah, and actually raise it up a little bit more in initial layer 1, and it will be softer. And that's what you're really after. You're after flowing structures, not harsh lines in it. Okay, so that's one of the images done. We would save that off. Yeah, and then repeat the process. The main thing to keep an eye on is that all of these files here are processed in the same way in Registax when you do any of the sharpening. If you get harsh with one and then you're soft with another, you're going to get into all sorts of problems. And if you're not sure, you can save this. Yeah, so you could save this setting and use it time and time again. Just give it a name. And if you accidentally close the program or make a mistake, you can reload the scheme back in. Once that's done, yeah, I've already got these saved. This is what we created out of this. So this is what we're after created now. This is what we're trying to sort of show. So if I go back to the images in here that's saved, just give me 2 seconds. So I'll pick them out of the folder a lot easier and a lot quicker. Okay, so there's one of them. I'm going to take that one, open it in Photoshop. And we're going to take the next one. Okay, so there's our 3 images that make up the complete image. First thing we need to do is crop all of them very slightly. So use the crop tool, just take any stack lines off of the edge. They really affect mosaics when you're putting them together, so it's easier to take them off like this. Just go into crop and then repeat that process for each one. But when you're taking mosaics, it's a really good idea, and it doesn't matter whether it's deep sky or whether it's solar, lunar, anything. It's a good idea to have a good overlap. If you don't have a good overlap on these, you'll find they don't go together that well. And you have to remember that these images twist with the atmosphere. So if you do complete images, one of the largest mosaics I've done is about 120 panels of the sun. Each one of those images is very, very slightly twisted. And what you'll find is the atmosphere, when it's flexing, you're going to get issues in the corners, where the images don't quite go together if you're not careful. So this is one of the reasons why you have to be fairly quick on what you're doing, but also have the cameras fairly well lined up. Otherwise, you're going to be all over the place trying to get the detail into this. So if we start off with the central image, this one first. What we're going to do is going to go to the canvas size first off. And we're going to increase the canvas size on either side of it. So we just go to percent, and we change that. I'm going to go 200% for the minute. If it needs a bit more, you can always add it on later. The height on these won't need a lot, but I'm probably just going to go 115. Just give it a little bit more either side. If you click on the central point here, then it will expand the canvas around this image accordingly. If we double tap the hand there, there's our image in the middle. Now, what we need to do to get these all to go together nice and easy and really simple is duplicate this. What we're after doing here is getting rid of the background copy. So we duplicate the layer and then remove the background copy. We're not interested in the background one, so we can just delete that. Okay, now what we need to do is this area here, we just need to come in and crop this off. What this is when the background layer's there, wrong way, do that again. We'll just go back on that. So just cut this out. Do this all around the image. So you're just leaving your image in the center. It's 3 AM over here, so the mouse is slipping every now and then. So cut that one. Last one here. Okay, now what we can do is go back to our other parts of the image. So we've already got it highlighted around the edge. So we can just copy this, go back to the main image, and then paste it. There we go. Use the move tool at the top there. We're not going to align it exactly where it needs to go at the moment. We're just going to get it roughly in place, somewhere around there. And then we're going to do exactly the same for the other side. Copy it back to the main image. And paste it in. There we go. Now we're going to move that one roughly in place. So you need to look at where it's going to line up with everything and whatever's going on.
Hey, Gary, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
I'm glad to hear it. You can in the layer that you have selected, if you do the right click of the mouse you can get the options of the layer, and then you can get some maybe a 50% of transparency, and that will help you to get more
Yes,
saturated.
you can. So aligning these up, you can change your opacity or your fill on this.
Yeah, opacity, that's right.
Yeah, but on these particular images, really, you don't need to do this. All you need to do is just make sure that each layer is aligned with the next layer. And that's really your main sort of key thing here. Yeah, so if we look across here, we now need to align this one up. So we need to select that layer, which is the second one. Yeah, select the move tool. And then we're just going to get this back in and get this aligned over where it needs to be. It's just going to be about there. Okay, just jogged up a little bit then. So if you double tap the hand now, what we can do is look at this and run the crop tool through. So you can take off the edges here. The later versions of Photoshop, if you've got very, very small gaps here and you don't want to lose something, you can get it to fill in when you do this next stage. So what we're going to do, we're going to just leave those gaps there for the minute, and I'll show you what it does. We're just going to crop the image roughly on the first panel to the left. Okay, so we crop this now, remove all of the background. That's our image size. We'll get our 3 layers here. All we do now is go to select all layers. And then if we go to the edit panel, we're going to go down to, we don't need auto alignment of the layers. What we need to do is auto blend the layers. So it's going to look at the image intensities and it's going to blend the layers together, providing everything goes correct. Do it as a panorama, seamless tones and colors. Content aware, if you've got these little gaps here, it will pick off detail there. So if you have been slightly out, and this works on Lunar as well, if you've been slightly out and you're running across with a camera or something like that, maybe it was a bit wobbly on one of the panels and you had to crop a little bit more off, then it will bring this back in. There we go. Once we've got it like that, all we need to do, right click on the lower layer, yeah, and we're just going to flatten the image. Yeah, so we get all of the images become one, and then we're going to remove any of the highlighted areas. We just deselect that, put the hand, double tap it, that'll bring the image in. Now all we need to do is add some color and sharpen it. So next thing to do, put it into mode, go to grayscale, into mode again, turn it into 8-bit. And then we're going to go to mode. And I use duotone to color them. I know other people use different things. You can use a multitude of colors on your palette, whatever you want. This one's tritone. Always keep a black in. We've got a very sort of light pink there. You could change that to orange, for instance. So if we look in the orange area of the palette, you could come in somewhere like this. That will turn it like that. It will highlight a lot of the active areas a lot more. The world's your oyster on this. If you're actually being true, it's in hydrogen alpha. So hydrogen alpha is pink, but people don't like a pink sun. Yeah, they tend to like it yellow, orange, red, anything but pink. So we'll stick with that for the minute. Doesn't really matter as long as you've got a few colors. If you want to add a fourth one in, then change the tritone here to quad tone. Once you've got your colors in there, you need to turn the image back via the mode button to an RGB image. Otherwise, you won't be able to adjust the colors on it. So what we can do now, just going to go into the levels, just going to boost it up a little touch. Just give it a little clip, not too much, just brighten it. Then we're going to go into adjustments and color balance. And now you can play around as much as you want, getting the shades that you want, a little bit of reds and yellows. I'm moving these around for all of the midtones, shadows, highlights.
It's really tough to tell that there was any separate image. I mean, you can't see the...
No, that's why I use that process. Yeah, I've done some massive mosaics like this, and you can build the mosaic up as you're going along, and it really does a really good job. You can use the auto align sequence on it. I've used it for up to about 20 panels on lunar and solar, but over that, you'll generally find it messes it up, and there's all sorts of problems. So we've added a bit of color in there. What we need to do now is give it a bit of a kick. So you can go into contrast, click on use legacy. Just be careful of your active areas when you do this. Sometimes you can overexpose them, but you can give it a little bit of a boost using this. And then maybe go into the curves. Just give it a little bit of a kick in the curve. Okay, and then sharpen it up. So if we want to sharpen it up, first thing to do is despeckle it. Go into the noise, run the despeckle, because it will have a residue left over from the wavelet sharpening. So effectively, you're going to sharpen noise if you're not careful. So run the despeckle and then go back in, go to the sharpen filter, and then an unsharp mask, add that on, and see it suddenly boost up there. And if you wanted a little bit more red in this or something like that, you could go to the selective color now, and just give it a little bit of a pinch in whatever direction you want. Bring out a little bit more color in each area, and so on. If you want to get a little bit more black out in the image, go to the blacks, and that will highlight any of the darker points, the sunspots, things like that, and the black edges as well. So it sort of sets the image off. That's your image done. If you actually zoom into it a little bit, you'll find it's got quite a lot of detail in there. It's just that it will compress it down to fit on the screen.
It looks great.
There you go. That is how you process.
I can see that like stretched on a metal print that goes across your living room, So.
Yeah. or a triptych.
When we do the shows, that sort of image works really well on banners. When we do the big event,
right.
That sort of image works well. But if you actually look at the sun there, it's got so much going on right the way across one area. It really taking an image like that across the whole of that area on the sun, it tells the story. It tells what's going on.
Yes. Gary, if you did print out that image, I mean, how large could you do it?
You could go really large, and also in the stacking, there is I can show it because it's still open while we're there. If I just share that screen back for a second, in the stacking area, if we go back to the auto stacker, there is a thing here where you can drizzle these up. So you can either resample it, or run it up at 1.5 normally, I would say. 3 is pushing it. It's got to be a really clear day to start pushing it 3 times. But if you drizzle it up, you're going to increase the image size. And this particular software does a fairly good job. So if you just click on that, because we've already stacked this, we could click on, use the last stack as a reference, speed it up a little bit. You have to bear in mind the size of these files. As I said, it's a 20 gig file. This is quite a powerful computer to run this sort of stuff. If you're doing this on your average laptop, going to sit there for a good 5 minutes waiting for this to process through.
Right.
I was thinking you must have some horsepower, because this little computer I got has a hard time. I click one button and I wait for 2 minutes. So I probably not gonna be as fast if I tried on my own.
So that's it. If we open back up the stacking software now, what you'll notice is it is a little bit softer, the newer image that's come in.
Yeah, it looks more
Might
natural.
well have to increase the initial layer here because it's so large. So this image is a lot larger now. If I just go to 2 and then drop it right the way back down, and then just bring it up a little fraction. Now, sometimes on the drizzle, I do run a little bit on layer 1. It's just to sharpen it a little fraction. Once that's done, click the wall. And you can already see that it's increased the size of the image by quite a lot. So that means then when you're printing this out, the world's your oyster on how large you print this out, and just repeat the process for all three of them, or however many you've got. As I said, I've done some of these which are huge. You know, they really are large images, and it's good fun. It allows you to get a lot more in. The main thing is aligning your camera. It's making sure that when you're moving your mount, it is moving horizontal across the sun and up or down. And that's really the same when imaging the moon. You know, if you do mosaics of the moon, if you start getting your camera running up at an angle, you're going to start moving it down. And as you're coming down, because each of these panels, when you do large mosaics, they're all done manually. If you rely on a bit of software, you're going to miss something and you're going to kick yourself. If you've got 100 panels there, 120 panels that you've done of a moon or the sun, that's probably going to take you about 50 hours to just process it into stills and get it into a Photoshop and get it sort of saved that you can start moving this all around. And it is a manual process of aligning it up. So it's manual when capturing, and it's looking at features that are on there. So for each part of the mosaic, really, you're looking at a feature. You're looking at maybe this feature here for this side, yeah, and you're looking at maybe that feature there or something else. Sometimes when the sun's really quiet, yeah, you've only got tiny bits of feature, and I can promise you it drives you nuts when you've got a massive one of these that you're putting together, because your eyes just see, you know, all of these different things, and you really do have to take a break when doing it. But the main thing with the camera is to make sure that it does go across. As you move the mount, it goes across. You probably want about a third on each side. So if we put that back into full image, yeah, you want a good, roughly about a third there of an overlap on each side. You might think that that's, you know, quite a lot, but you might have, when the image twists, sometimes you have to cut this off. Yeah, so you'll have to go trimming. And the last thing you want is a big gap in the middle there where you've had to trim it because it doesn't fit. But there are other tools you can use in Photoshop these days. The latest Photoshop's got quite interesting. If we just go to that mosaic and go back before we flattened it, yeah, once we get these in, just come down the history a little bit. There we go. Okay, so once they're moved around, we go to somewhere about here. What you can do is you can select one of these layers, and one of the good tools is to use a free transform. And a free transform on the layer.
Okay.
Yeah, that will allow you, if you bring in the section here, you can move this around. So if you do get a twisted panel, you can start to move these around, and you see there. So I can modify the panel to fit in.
Yeah.
So if you get a very slightly twisted edge on something when doing a mosaic, this is a really good tool to use. And you can just pick off at one of the points in it. Yeah, and you can generally just pull the panel very, very slightly back where the atmosphere has twisted it.
And I have noticed with different telescopes that, you know, you get some curvature, you know, effects that can happen. So you can have, you know, if your telescope has a little bit of pincushion or barrel distortion, which all optics, I mean, it's impossible to get optics in a telescope perfect, you know, yeah. So, you know, you're going to have some of that, but the free transform would help out quite a bit.
It really helps with it. I've used it on a couple of mosaics. Generally, you don't get much of a problem with the deep sky stuff. You know, that doesn't need much of a messing around with. But the solar, you have to remember that the sun's rotating. So if you're going to image the whole of the sun, you need to image that in an hour. Yeah, if you don't image it within an hour, you're going to get the rotation of the sun between the top and the bottom. So you have to remember that the middle of the sun's moving faster than the top and the bottom.
So
we went for a world record a few years back of the largest image of the sun. I developed a system that got around this hour problem, of imaging, and that was good fun. But unfortunately, on the day, usual thing, clouds came in, and then the following year, we were just looking at the sun. It was starting to go down on activity, so we just said we're going to leave it a little bit. But we've developed the systems where we can image the sun, in under the hour. And roughly, to give you an idea of the size of the mosaic, there's somewhere around 160 to 180 panels, going in. So these are serious amounts of work. And then you've got about another 40 panels around the outside, picking up the prominences that have all got to be blended in, right the way round. So we had most of it, and we had no rotational issues. All we basically had was weather issues. So it's something that we're looking at doing again. Now the sun's getting more active.
that'd be great. That's awesome. I'd love to see the result of that.
Well,
thank you, Gary.
It's good fun. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. I've included, if you'd like to take a master class with Gary Palmer, you will see the link at which I already placed in chat, but at astrocourses.co.uk. So thanks again, Gary.
Thank you.
Okay, so our last speaker tonight is Adrian Bradley. He was. We had a good conversation panel going on, but Adrian does have a nice presentation that he'd like to share.
All right. Well, thank you, Scott. And I will go ahead and, as Gary says, move a few things around here so that I can, this time I'm actually going to try a slideshow. It's a slideshow that I did for one of my societies. Now, this is University Lowbrow Astronomers here, but I'm also a part of a couple other astronomy groups. The Warren Astronomical Society is one that I did this presentation for. Let me start the slideshow, and then I'll share my screen, and I will see if this works. So, okay, this is us. Share screen one, share.
There we go.
All right, so everyone can see my screen. Okay, so this is a presentation that I put together. I recently got a certificate for from the RASC for some wide field astro imaging. So those are society, and I added that I'm a frequent guest here at the Global Star Party. Thanks to you, Scott, and
thank you.
I definitely enjoy coming out. So in my presentation, I talk about what a nightscape is, and these three terms tend to are incorporated in what nightscape is. But if you go to Merriam-Webster, you won't see an actual definition for the word nightscape, even though you can find hashtags for it on Instagram. To me, a nightscaper incorporates these three things, and not necessarily astrology, although if I'm looking up at the night sky and I'm doing outreach, I'll often ask, if you were born at a certain sign, and we'll look for it if it happens to be up in the night sky that particular night. But astronomer, astrophotographer, stargazer. Now I note that it says outside the Earth's atmosphere, but what I like to do with nightscapes is try to include the Earth's atmosphere, because of course, classic wide field, you focus on a part of the sky and you image that, and Earth is nowhere to be seen. In here, it's we're focusing on something. There's Comet Neowise. Here's my image of the Great Conjunction. It may be a little small on your screen, but I gave it my best go at the Great Conjunction. There's the little star that was aligned with the rest of the planets along the not planets, the moon. It's what, 11, kind of late for me too. These are some things that I've tried. This is the latest one, was this our 97% lunar moon with the Pleiades. Now, Conal showed a Mars image, and if you recall, Mars was not far from where the moon was. And as we recall, the ecliptic runs along here, and the moon is within the ecliptic when it's when you have a lunar eclipse. It drops into the plane of the ecliptic. So it's not a surprise that it's not as far. It's around a similar distance from where Mars was when it was near the Pleiades. So I found that to be pretty interesting. And Orion Nebula recently shared this image. I printed it out and shared it with a friend of mine who is expecting. And it said, these nebulae for you, the heart and the soul. So I shared those images.
Very nice.
So this is how I got into, if you remember, if those of you that have stayed on all this time may have remembered the presentation from this gentleman. He was a tad bit younger back then, and I had no clue how to do selfies. So we were at the University of Michigan in 2017, where as a part of his presentation, he showed this image, and he was proud of the fact that he was able to catch the Southern Cross while he was,
yeah.
Yep. And something Scott about the him having these points of light representing the Southern Cross just made me go, well, that's interesting. You can catch starlight. So that stuck with me. So learning about starlight, the reason that I use these Caspian turn images, you understand what your target is. So even if you're doing nightscapes, you study the subject. So for night photography, it's about watching the sky move and knowing what's going to be up at a certain time, knowing where to look and planning for it. And every once in a while, you may come across with something. You progress from taking a shot like this, where the turn's kind of high above the water, it's closer. And then one day you end up with, with the lucky shot that, that you're looking for. Now notice the turn is turned away. So you could imagine another part of this where I take another shot, combining these two angles to where I have a turn that close to the water, but wings open or wings getting ready to fold. That would be the next shot in line with the progression. Night shots do the same sort of progression, and it can involve cloudy skies. So here we have Lake Huron, and you've got clouds. This is a long exposure, so the clouds, as they're moving, form this sort of braided look over, and you can recognize Orion, Procyon, Sirius, and I do believe this is Capella. I ended up cutting everything off because I wanted some scenery here. And clouds will create a unique nightscape, but staying in the same area and waiting around, sometimes the clouds dissipate. And now you end up with another shot, which you've got everything clear. So here you go with a little bit different angle, but that's the same area that I was pointing at. And I took the modified camera and aimed it right at the same part of the sky, and you've got clouds framing it. So it's so if you stay at a location, and if you know that the clouds might be dissipating, you may still get a chance to take the aha shot. There are so many shots you can take that that might come out of nowhere. You may not have. I didn't expect to get a clear shot on Orion and the Winter Milky Way at that time, but I ended up getting one. All right, so we talk about what to use. When I started out, I'm using an old Canon 30D and an 18 to 55 millimeter kit lens, and I tried taking these images. Now, I ended up getting some of the Milky Way to show up after around 49 seconds in a rural area. I was just proud that I got to see some of the Milky Way structure here. You'll see how things have progressed on the slides later. But then I also got Moon with Earthshine as it was setting over Lake Hudson, over Hudson Lake here. And all with old equipment. There was a tripod involved, of course, with both of them. No tracker at the time. I was just seeing it and shooting it. It's before I took a formal photography course. But thanks to all the astronomers and the astrophotographers I had talked to prior, I had an idea of what to do with ISO and with shutter speed. And I wasn't so aperture, just sort of figuring out how to make the camera get an image that I would like. So that exploration kind of on my own. Fast forward a few years later, we have the modified lens. We have a faster, wider angle lens. I think we were talking about this. Once you get a process down and you're able to get data, then you can work your process a little bit better and you end up uncovering more data. This is the northern part of the lower peninsula of Michigan, where it was really clear. And it's about a Bortle 3 sky here. And with the modded camera, I'm able to get this much detail. Similar detail to what you saw over the lake, that past slide that I had. I do tend to love shooting this region when I can, the winter hexagon. And then you've got, if you look closely, you'll see everything but the Pleiades. It got cut off again over here. But you've got all the stars of the winter hexagon showing up in this image. Okay, so this image was supposed to be for you, Scott, but it didn't show up. So what I'm going to do is look for it. I took a picture of my gear, and if I go, you'll see it when I find it. Let's see. Let's see if I can. I'll launch it. There we go. So there you go, Scott.
Wow.
Sure. Yep, you'll recognize one of those for sure, if not both. So
what a setup.
Yep, those are. So one's a Sony, the other's the Canon, the modified 6D. I've got remote shutters. One's the wired remote shutter, so you don't have to actually touch the camera. But if I'm not using this, or if I forget to bring it, I can use the timer delay on the on either one, really, and I can hit the button and give it some time for the shaking to stop. Both of these track, of course. With the PMC-8 mount, I did find the setting to slow the tracking speed. It's half sidereal. You get about 30 seconds and you don't have to do a composite image. Your foreground stays relatively sharp and your stars don't trail. So you can use that in order to eke out a little more time, and that'll enable you to pull in a little more detail with your mount. So imagine that picture being over here. This is what that gear is. And carbon fiber tripods, for those who are still watching, carbon fiber tripods dampen vibration. So if you've got some wind, or if you've got anything else where there's some movement, the carbon fiber tripods are designed to dampen that movement so that you can you're not, camera shake isn't so much of an issue.
Do you find with carbon fiber, the carbon fiber tripod, is it lighter to carry as well?
Yeah, it is lighter. I can
dampen the vibration, so that's awesome. That's an awesome.
Yeah, it's a good type of tripod if you're coming out with just a small kit and you want to shoot a landscape or nightscape. they can run you upwards of $400 for just a tripod.
Sure.
I find that it's worth it. So let's continue on. So basic settings. If you're using a tripod and a camera only, basic settings, you go with higher ISOs and your shutter speeds between 10 and 20 seconds and wide angle focal lengths. I would say 24 is about, if you're going 24, you can get around 50, I'd go 15 seconds or so with the high ISO. And one thing I forgot to put here, fast lenses at f2.8, you're trying to have it pull in a lot of light at a short amount of time, because at some point the light reaches your sensor and the stars still appear around, kind of like they do in this image.
Mhm.
But if you let it go a little bit more and you're not tracking, now your stars begin to trail. So you want to get as much data as you can, which is why you're turning your ISO up. And I find that even in cameras that are very good with higher ISOs, around 6400 is a good kind of a max. I've seen good shots taken at double that, especially in dark sites. The darker the site, the less overall noise you end up with. You use your ISO and your aperture to, sort of to set your camera up for absorbing light, and then your exposure time. You can end up with some really nice shots. They're just at dark site, more light is coming into your camera, coming into your eyes. You see a lot more at dark sites, especially the Milky Way itself. The Milky Way at a dark site looks about the way the Milky Way looks here in my picture. There's a little less of this detail, but you see this region here. You see these spots. You don't. It may not have quite the level of crisp detail, but you see this at a Bortle 1 site, which is pretty amazing. So the tracking mount, you can dig in a little more, get a little more detail. Now you can see the tree here is fuzzy, but I think this was going for about a minute, because unlike Gary and all the other good astrophotographers, I haven't gotten into guiding, which would allow me to track for even longer.
Mhm.
As bright as the Milky Way is, you typically, this part of our galaxy, you typically don't need a lot of time, and you can always stack 1 minute frames. You can stack a few of them depending on the type of detail that you're looking for. But using a DSLR mirrorless, your ISOs come down. With guided tracking, which is what I would look for, then you can lower the ISO to base. A lot of photographers, especially daytime, would swear by using an ISO of 100, or call it base ISO, to cut down on the type of luminance noise. But with the way the cameras work these days, there's less luminance noise to worry about, especially with full frame sensor. And I'm not sure I mentioned, full frame sensors are a little bit better, although as you just saw from Gary's presentation, most of the Astro cameras you can buy are crop sensors, but they're cooled. Thermal noise is an issue. It doesn't matter what ISO you use, the longer your camera's running, the more thermal noise it'll generate. So there's always going to be something to clean up in post. When you do longer exposures and you still want a foreground, you will need to do composites. And that's, kind of like what you saw past presentation. You layer in different parts. If you do something to focus in on your foreground, You do something to focus in on the night sky, and then you combine them. A lot of nightscape photographers do things that way. Depending on how I feel, I sometimes want to get it all in one shot. So I'll use, I'll use settings, and I'll use the tracker to go at a slower tracking speed, so that I can, with wide angle lens, and I can kind of have best of both worlds in one shot. This is, I find interesting. Here's a Milky Way at Okie-Tex. This is the Bortle 1 skies. I've got the specs here for the cameras that I used. And at the time I didn't have my A7R4, which if I had shot with that, I don't think we've seen much difference from the A7 III. The megapixels in the A7R4 are up to 61. All that means is crop factor. I'd go in here and, I'd have more megapixels to play with at a, if I crop it. But if it's fuzzy, I hear it's a lot worse on a larger megapixel camera. If you don't achieve focus, you've just got that, you've got a large file of goo, an even larger file of goo than you get with these two. But you see the detail here, there doesn't appear to be too much difference. The H alpha regions are show up, like if you notice here, this little dot, the Lagoon Nebula, and you notice how it shows up, the HA region, the coloring shows up with the modified camera. The details, the sky, if you work the white balance properly, you get the sky to be about the same color, which is, this is without having to edit any white balance. So I used it as a reference to make sure that I did the white balance correctly on the modified shot. And so I got it pretty close. The reddish tones of air glow, I do believe that this is what was really there, that the modified camera picked up more so than there. You can see a hint of it with the stock camera. Both, this didn't pick up the green because of my processing. A little bit of the green got, washed out a bit, whereas you could see it here. So really any kind of composite of both of those, if I were to nail them spot on, is what I would do. But there isn't much difference other than that. I mean, both of these images, I think, are, if you look at the Milky Way itself, they're both pretty sharp, and there's a lot of detail. Just a slightly more fuller, I would call it.
Yeah.
Detail with the modified camera.
It looks more rich.
Yeah, that's how I would say it too. So, any camera you got, you can shoot with, but if you get one modified, and that's also why all this red shows up down here, as opposed to not, it doesn't get absorbed. So you've got a more natural foreground look. So you have to do a little more playing around if you've got a foreground that's got a bunch of red light, because it absorbs faster when you take that filter, the HA filter, out of a camera. So we'll move along quickly to places I've imaged at. You may not be able to see it well, but the dipper's here, and this, I believed it was a meteor, but it's crossing all these stars. It could also be a plane. And there's a lot of planes are everywhere, but lots of stars. That was the first place where I looked up and said, wow, it gets dark. So here's one. There's no image here on purpose. I call it the Gladwin Fail, the Great Lakes Stargaze. I had my 30D there. I thought the images looked good on the back of the camera. When I put them into the computer, they were blurry. I had donuts.
Oh.
All I got are memories of what things look like. So I've since taken pictures. The Pleiades were rising, Taurus was rising. I've since taken pictures of these regions to make up for the fact that I didn't have them here, but maybe one day I will go back to Gladwin and get images. the San Francisco experiment. I'm in San Francisco and it's getting dark, so I take a picture of Golden Gate from the Sausalito side. I get back on the bridge afterwards, and these little comet-looking things, these are actually stars. I went to a part of the bridge. There weren't as many cars as seen in this longer exposure image. There's actually a couple stars here. I got to this part of the bridge and I aimed it up towards the north. And these are the stars of Cassiopeia. That's the double cluster. That's stars of Perseus here, and the stars of Andromeda are over here. I don't know if maybe this right here may actually be the Andromeda galaxy. This was just a proof of concept. All of that light coming from the bay and where Orion was, if I'm not mistaken, the Pleiades tried to make an appearance in my shot right here. It's possible to get starlight depending on what part of the bridge you're on. And it's you wouldn't think that you could get starlight from something as bright or like the Golden Gate Bridge, but you can. It's moving, so the stars don't stay steady, because if cars are moving, as cars move over suspension bridge, it wobbles. So this was about a 15-second exposure. So I just thought it was neat that I was able to do that off of that busy bridge. So shooting in Ann Arbor, Michigan, you can find some places where you can image. There's a meteor right here. You can get some pretty good images from some of the nature preserves that are away from lights. They're not super far away. The Bortle rating here is somewhere between 4 and 5, but you can still get some Milky Way photography done. That's Ann Arbor, Michigan. It's a pretty busy, bright city. Alcona County gets to about Bortle 3, and there's an image missing here, which the light pillars image that there's a light pillars image that was going to be over there as well.
That's nice.
Yeah. And of course, light pillars, not quite aurora, man-made light and ice crystals, flat ice crystals in the sky produce those light pillars. So up in the thumb, this is Eagle Bay. That's Point O'Bark Lighthouse. That's not me, although it was another photographer that showed up. This was the morning after the solstice, and he showed up. A couple photographers showed up to catch the sunrise. I wished for them they had come a few hours earlier. They would have seen the aurora that was going on that particular night. Upper Peninsula, Bortle 2 skies when it's not cloudy. Every time I've tried to shoot this night sky at Tequamanon Falls, this is the parking lot, this is the falls. In the winter, of course, and it's been cloudy. But one night as I was headed there, I looked up, it got really clear, and I took that Milky Way image. And until I got to Okie-Tex, that was the brightest and best look of the Milky Way that I had had. Then I got to Camp Billy Joe in Kenton, and the pictures that I chose here highlight just how bright the Milky Way was. This is still twilight on the right side, and the Milky Way is still that visible and easily photographed here. And over here, it's shining through the clouds as bright as, the full moon where I am will produce a bit of an effect like this, but the Milky Way does it when you're in truly dark skies. So I found that very, very interesting. And I think that's the end of my presentation. What I did for the Warren Astronomical Society was, there we go, was play a slideshow. I won't do it here because I think I've gone well over time, but in the slideshow were a few of the other images that I had taken. And what I can do is just, here, I'll reshare one more time, and just a couple of the images that were on the slideshow. If I move us over, share the screen. So a couple of the images that were part of my slideshow. This is one. You can see, there isn't much nebulosity or, Milky Way here, but it really came out. This pine tree really is leaning like this. That came out pretty clean. Alcona City has been place that I've enjoyed taking photos. See if there's anything else in Ann Arbor, Michigan. My favorite tree, of course, this one's come in a little dark, but my attempt to capture the moon setting behind these trees here. That's from this image that I took that you're seeing on the screen. I think it was a 2-minute, it was a single 2-minute exposure in the thumb off of a highway. And I just looked up and noticed how easy it was to see naked eye. A lot of stars, and I could see the winter Milky Way. I aimed my camera and a 200, I think I had the lens at around 100 millimeters, and ended up with NGC 1977 and the Orion Nebula. I would go on and process this and rotate it, see what else I could get. The one and only chance that I tried sunrises.
Oh, I like that.
This is the interesting image because you got the sun. It almost looks like it's an orb floating on Earth, but it's 93 million miles away. And there was fog. There's a cloud bank. This is Lake Erie. That's and really you had fog rising up. And it was an interesting image. Now I showed this to
the sun, and that whole thing looks kind of eerie. I mean, it is really, it's amazing.
Yeah, I've named it Dante's Inferno.
Good one.
I think that aptly describes.
Yeah,
what
it looks
that
very primordial
image would look like. Yes,
it was very cool. Very cool.
My attempts to image, of all the images that I did at Lake Hudson, this is the composite image where I did 2-minute images, and then with a little bit of processing, I ended up with this nice image. But this simple one, this is a nightscape. You've got clouds, nothing special other than you'll recognize some of the stars here in the sky. And because there's haziness, the larger stars shine a little brighter. Now, I would go on later to shoot that region and get a lot more detail. And I'll, let's see if I can we'll move it along. So this is what's going on the night before that sunrise was aurora. And it's here's an interesting tale of lights. I took this image. This is it. Is it overprocessed? It is, I think, but it also, it highlights the type of detail you could get in the sky. Last time I went up there and I tried to shoot from the same angle, there were lights back here, bright yellow lights, and that shot is now impossible unless you turn those off. Yeah. Now, let's see what else. There's a rising sun partially eclipsed, which I thought this was a pretty powerful shot, because you definitely don't see, it's like this is not normal sunrise here. Part of the disc has been chopped away. So I thought that was a pretty unique picture from, that's one of my favorite places to go and image.
Yeah.
And let's see, last but not least is Kenton, Oklahoma. And we'll just show a couple. So there's my,
That's a very nice one.
yeah, this was one of the ones that I sent to Trisha, by the way.
Good.
Is this
Good.
image.
Yeah.
And I think
So
this was
will,
the other.
You know, one of your images will, one of those images will appear on the cover of Skies Up magazine. You know, I really do like this one a lot. So
yeah, I'll put it back up. Yeah, this one, real deep image of this part of the Milky Way. A lot of times when people shoot, and this was the third option, they're shooting the core of the Milky Way. And I, of course, shot the core much as I could. You know, we got this image of the core, but I do like getting other parts of the Milky Way, especially when it's dark, because those are parts that I don't see as much. And I've seen the zodiacal light. I find it interesting. This is what I'll end on this. If I can go to, let's see if I have the thumb image. I do. So first of all, this moonlit night, I thought this was beautiful. I was like, wow,
yeah, it's cool.
I like that shot. But here we go. So I have this image. Here's the zodiacal light in spring. And I was lucky enough to see the zodiacal light in both spring and fall. So this is the angle, the 47 or so degree angle in the fall. Both go towards Orion when they're visible. Orion's in the picture somewhere, and the zodiacal light ends up above Orion since it is on the ecliptic. But it highlights here, it's shining through the Pleiades. There's Andromeda over here. It's shining through the Pleiades here, whereas over here it shines through M44, the beehive. And then the moon rose over in there. There's a picture somewhere, but I will go ahead and close down the presentation. But so that's my presentation on nightscapes and things that I've learned and done over the years. And there's still more to learn. And you know, with the gear that I've got, I'm looking to do more. There's a couple of images that I plan to try and catch once the moon drops wanes in the sky and it gets dark again. Couple things I'm gonna try and go for. So thank you, Scott, for letting me present. And
thank you very much, Adrian. Thanks. And I want to thank everybody that's still on right now. You know, presenters that we're watching in the background, thank you very much for your great knowledge and inspiration. John Briggs, thanks again for your very informative talk on Mariah Mitchell. I've just kind of started learning more about her myself. So I've always heard of her, but very interesting person in our, you know, in the history of astronomy and just, you know, and generally just a very brave individual. So those of you that are watching the audience, thanks for following along and your questions and comments. It's great to have you on as well. You're as much of Global Star Party as anything. So thank you so much. And for all of you that are not in chat, you know, thanks for giving, you know, the Global Star Party a watch, and hopefully you found something inspiring and informative. And we welcome you back next week, where we will have the 78th Global Star Party on Tuesday night. You know, part of this will be in celebration of Sir Arthur Eddington, who was born on that day. So thanks again, Adrian, and And until next time. You're
guys.
muted, Adrian.
Oh, good. I was swearing. No, I wasn't.
Yeah.
Thank you everybody for watching us. Thank you again, Scott, for having a global star party. For those of you that are still online, well, if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, it's dark. And if it's not cloudy, go on outside and look up and see what you can find.
That's
and
right.
Maxie, you're still online, and we need to get some sleep, buddy.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So
guys
good
take
night,
care.
all. Thank you all
night.
for joining us.
Good
Thanks.
night.
Thanks again.
Good night.
See you guys.
Good night, Maxie.
I was the only woman in an operational role in mission control in the whole mission control center when I went over there in 8. And I believe I was still the only one through 13.
Did that in and of itself provide any challenges?
Well, sometimes you felt very isolated and uncomfortable, especially that first mission, because it was like they had to become accustomed to the idea that there was a woman in there. On 8, I remember one day hearing some chatter in the background because, you listen to various channels. I kept hearing them mention some particular channel, and they would say, hey, check out what's on channel, whatever. And I was busy, so I didn't have time to look at that. And then after a few days, I thought, I wonder what's on channel, whatever. Well, it was me.
They had a camera.
They had a camera on me.
Why? Just because you were different?
I guess.
That's fascinating.
I think it was, look at the woman.
I can't really understand that. I'm proud to say in this day and age, I don't get it.
Right. Well, I'm glad you don't get it. I'm glad you haven't had to go through that.
Especially as a woman in mission control, we get asked all the time how hard that is, or does that make the job harder or whatever. And my standard answer is that women like you broke all of that down so that the only thing I have to deal with is being asked the question and figuring out how to answer it. And hopefully the next generation won't even get the question. But,
well, I'm so glad that that you don't have that to go through. I would have much preferred to have been the 10th woman in mission control or 20th or whatever. When you went in, how many other women were flight controllers at that time?
Goodness.
When you first went in?
Yeah. So I was a flight controller for about 8 years before I got selected as a flight director. And I would say the ratio of women to men matched what was at my engineering school at the time. So maybe 15 to 20% women. It was never really a thing. Either I'm just really insensitive to the bias, or there just hasn't been as much bias. I think the NASA culture and the JSC culture in particular, and even specifically the mission control culture, has been very inclusive.
Well, that's a big advance versus 50 years ago, because 50 years ago, Building 30 was a bastion of white males. I mean, there were no black faces in there either. Okay. It wasn't just women. I don't think there were any Hispanic faces. I mean, it was white males with white shirts and pocket protectors. I got out of college in 1965, which was about the time that the 64 Civil Rights Act was just going into effect. And even then, it took a while before sex discrimination, for example, was recognized by the courts. Everything was litigated at the beginning. I mean, you've probably heard of something called hostile workplace, okay? That terminology didn't even exist. If somebody had said, what are you going to do about the sexual harassment? I wouldn't even known what that terminology meant, nor would I have known where to go to report it, nor would there have been anybody to report it to. There was a big change over that period of time.
Were there moments where you would recognize that change was happening, where that was a part of your consciousness? Or is it only in looking back when you transitioned from NASA to your post-NASA career, or at the transition from being a computerist to working on trajectory ops? Did you ever notice?
I recognized it, definitely. I mean, first of all, going from being a computerist to being a member of the technical staff was a very big deal. And it was a very big deal in terms of pay. And part of that was because of the restrictive wage hour laws that affected women only in terms of how much overtime they could be paid. My consciousness about discrimination really grew very rapidly from the experience of working at that time.
And it's fascinating, even after all these years, my boss, the chief of the flight director office, is the first female chief of the flight director office. So it's interesting to me that even, going on 50 years later, we're still getting firsts in some of these areas. In some ways, it just feels like timing,
Well, it is timing. And a lot of advances have been made, but also some things have fallen off and sort of gone back. Because when I just came out of school, I think about 30% of the computer programmers were women. And my understanding is that's now dropped off to about 18%.
It's a little fascinating how the social mores change over time. And so you go from calculating is a woman's job, that's women's work, and computer programming is women's work, to it's a completely male-dominated field, not 20 years later. And socially, I don't understand how that happens, really.
But it has to do with money.
Well, I guess that's true.
Because as the money goes into the field, the number of women goes out.
Is it really just?
They're inversely proportional.
I guess that makes sense. It's disappointing.
It's the same thing as in the teaching profession. When males were predominantly the teachers, the salaries relatively to salaries in general and the community in general were much higher. And as women went into the field, the salaries dropped off.
So what's next? Where's the next flip in male jobs versus female jobs culturally? Although legally, we don't have them classified that way anymore. Right. Where do you think we're going next?
I don't know. We now have half of the people in med school are women. So if history continues the way it has in the past, doctors will not be making as much money as they used to.
That's fascinating.
Relative to the rest of the population.
And programmers will.
And programmers will.
COVID-19 vaccines are safe and effective at protecting you from COVID-19, especially severe illness and death. Vaccinated people are far less likely to be hospitalized or die because of COVID-19, including the Delta variant. COVID-19 has a much harder time spreading in a vaccinated population. When more people are vaccinated, we are all better protected against COVID-19. Even if you're young and healthy, it's still important to get vaccinated. Vaccines can help end this pandemic. To get the most protection, make sure you get all recommended doses of a COVID-19 vaccine. Getting vaccinated helps protect you and others from COVID-19.